Hey, Frank on the rocks. Oh, you've got a compendium of the changes? Whoa. Nice. I'll add that to the spoiler list. Drop it into both chats. We got a lot more than just the team changes. There's also a bunch of rules leaks. A whole lot of leaks. Hey, Waltzman. I don't have the overlay up. It's up now. All's well, Waltzman, all's well. Oh, much spoiling happened after I went offline yesterday. Right, hello everybody. There's so much to go over. There's so much to go over. Okay, where do we start? We got all the teams in spreadsheet form. And Morglum sent me insane amount of screenshots that he collected from various sources. I guess we could start with the screenshots. The spreadsheet might be a better place to start, and then we could just skip the teams that are in the book. Yeah, but then with the screenshots have all kinds of rules and abilities and stuff. Eye gouge and the new anti-stalling rule, which I think will make the game better, but doesn't do what it needed to do. Like, stalling is bad thematically. And their solution is still bad thematically. But it'll make the game more complex. Someone went crazy with a smartphone in the rulebook, yeah. Yeah, and some skills cost more team value. Block and dodge, mighty blow, guard. They're 10k extra team value. Epic skills. Okay, we need some background noise. So let me actually open Blood Bowl. I don't know if we'll refer to it at all. So many links. I almost like the rulebook version more than the spreadsheet version. There's more like credibility to these leaks. Although this is almost certainly just made from these screenshots. Is it gone here? Okay. Let's go with screenshots. Orcs. I mean, I guess I don't really care about the paragraph. Brawl and Brutes, I think, is the rule that says and team captain. I don't know what that is. I think Brawling Brutes is you get 3 SPP for an injury and 2 for a touchdown. So it flips. Spreadsheet is double checked. Yeah, I assume it's trustworthy. It's not made up leaks. Well, the spreadsheet shows the changes in red and green. That actually is really good. All right, let's go with the spreadsheet. Oh, and it's got the old one here and then the new here. Okay, yeah, let's go through the spreadsheet. Randoms don't get a discount anymore. Ooh. When you random, you roll twice and pick one, and you still get you level it up early. So like for 3 SPP, you roll twice and pick one, but it's the same team value. That's good. I like that. I would say they have fixed randoms. Team captain gives pro to one of your players. And you can argue the reroll to keep it. Yeah, random secondaries are just gone. They're not an option. Okay, so passing buff to blitzers and blockers, so pretty minor changes. Amazon's basically untouched. Black Orcs. They lose passing on the Black Orc as a secondary. And you get Goblins get Devious. The Black Orcs get secondary Devious. So pretty much untouched. Oh, and they're Brawling Brutes. So they get more SPP for injuries. Strength is only 60k instead of 80k. That's good. There must be a whole bunch of teams with Brawling Brutes then. What else is highlighted? Oh, wait. The Troll loses Loner. Oh, and Mighty Blow's just going back to Mighty Blow. There's no 2+ Mighty Blows. That's good. The Train Troll losing Loner is insane. That is so good. That's a huge buff. And more SPP gain. And depending how hard it is to access Devious, it might be really good. Old World Classic. Is this nobility? Squires, Knights, Knight Catcher, Knight Thrower, Grail Knight. Sounds like nobility. So armor 8, 9 plus 9 plus 10 plus armor. The Grail Knights. Leaks. Hey, Marglum. So many leaks. Okay, so max you get 2 movement, 6-7-6-7. What is a Grail Knight? It is tanky. Is bad at passing. They're all 3 strength, 3 agility. They're all equivalent passing except the throwers, a 3+. Then the armor varies. Skills here. Okay, here we go. Squires get wrestle. Catch, Dauntless, Nerves of Steel. So we're back to Dauntless on the throwers and catchers. That's good. Dauntless, Nerves of Steel, pass. Nerves of Steel spam is pretty sweet for the 3 agility. Block, Dauntless, Steady Footing. On the knight. So the knight also gets dauntless. Interesting. And then access, there's no deviousness. So it looks like there might not be a whole lot of deviousness. Steady footing is the one where you roll a 6 and you don't fall over. Oh, like on a go for it, you mean? It was in the actual article for the new Bretonnian team. So that's pretty bad. Or is it any time you would fall down, you could roll a 6? That would be good. Not just to go for it. Anytime you fall down, so even like getting hit. That's kind of insane. It's like it's similar to foul appearance, I guess. There's a 1 in 6 chance to kind of negate what they tried to do, but it also can save you from failing yourself too. Oh, only on your turn, so not from POWs. Maybe from skulls though. So a small chance to save you. I mean, it's a bonus too. It's not like you have to pick it. It's going to be one of those skills you don't really pick. It might be in all the screenshots we've got. We've got a lot to go through. Thanks to Morglum. It's gathered up all kinds of spoilers. All right, Chaos Chosen. They're favored of choose any. Chaos Clash, that's just which stars they get, I think. The League one. So moving this down to special rules might mean there's actually like you get a different rule depending which Chaos God you worship. I wonder if we can find... Choose either Core, Nurgle, Slaanesh, Siege, or Undivided. Choose any. We have a screenshot of those rules. I should do... to bring chat up. This. I should do it the other way. Hey, comment. How do the leaks look so far? Robust. There's going to be a lot to explore. We haven't gotten deep enough for me to be praising or doom and glooming yet. I'm looking for a leak with the chaos rules. But we might not find that. Maybe we just skip it and come back. Give and go. Gnome team. Lethal flight. Injured by the crowd. The stalling rule. This one. Full list of different skills and the categories they're in. Dirty Player, Eye Gouge, Fumblerooski, Lethal Flight, Lone Fowler, Pile Driver. Okay, so there's 12 per category now. And when you're randoming, if you get a 1 through 3 on the first die, it's this. And then 1 through 6 on the second die. You cannot random secondaries. Yeah, random seem to be fixed. You can't random secondaries, and they still have full team value. But you get if you random primary, you get the discount. You get it early, and you roll twice and pick one. So randoming is still maybe going to get done, but it's not mandatory anymore. Put the boot in. Quick foul. There's all kinds of new stuff in Devious. Saboteur, shadowing. I'm getting ahead of myself, though. I was just looking for the chaos rules. Saboteur. Yeah, there's too much to go through. Let's just we'll have to put a pin in that. I keep going down the spreadsheet. Okay, so Chaos, other changes other than they have a special thing you get to pick from. You don't think those were been leaked yet? Maybe not. I was kind of hoping like everything was leaked. Yeah, we'll do a game after we go over the leaks probably. So Beastman losing strength is crazy. They get deviousness and strength as secondaries. So they're general and M? Oh, mutation. So just the blockers, which are now called Chosen, apparently, get strength. And your big guy. But they get Thick Skull on the Beastman and Armbar on the blockers. And then the big guys didn't lose their loner or anything, so they're still bad. Box content, 895 team value. Yeah, Chaos are kind of dead. Losing strength is pretty rough. Big nerf to Chaos. Chaos Dwarves gain cheaper stab guy. You can actually pass on the Minotaur. I wonder if everyone gets 6+ pass. Might be part of the just a universal change. They get devious all over the place. The hobgoblins get it primary, and the other guys all get it secondary, except for the big guy. They're favored of hash shot, which might have a special role. I get the feeling the way that the spoilers were going yesterday, the way they were trickling in was people were like, but what about this? The guy with the book is just like, snap. So a lot of the unleaked stuff might be stuff that's not particularly relevant. Full centaurs gain unsteady, which I think means they can't secure the ball. I think that's what that is. But I mean, I didn't even see the other Chaos Dwarves, so the reworked ones were foreign to me. The hobgoblins lose general skill access. Ugh. Good thing there's a whole tree for you to level them up as fowlers. You're writing with that way, Morgan, and you asked for a lot. Nice. Yeah, I'm sure there were just some shop owners that just had the book. Or even but somebody got their hands on it. Is it even affiliated at all with them? Some guy in shipping at Walmart. Okay, what's next? What's next? Chaos Renegades. They get a whole lot of stuff because they get all the one of linos. So they get favored of with some picks. They can have 16 linemen instead of 12. They gain devious all over the place on all the linos and the thrower. They gain pass on the troll. So I guess the throw teammate guys are getting passing access. Now the ogre could throw teammate too. So it's only a secondary. The dark elf loses pass access? Gotta be a typo. Oh, maybe not. He's a 2+. No, he's a 3+ passer. The 2+ I saw was agility. A couple guys throw a little better. Devious spread around. Cheaper dark elf by 10k, so not big changes there. Thrower loses safe pass, gains sure hands. Ooh, that's a big buff. That's a big buff. These are all, the 4s are all in green for some reason. There, nothing changed there. Wait, the ogre lost mighty blow? That can't be right. There's stuff with this one I do not believe. It's gotta be a typo. Anyway, dark elves. +1 passing, pretty much across the board, except for the runner, who already had 3+. Devious has secondaries everywhere. They lose 2 blitzers. Blitzers get more expensive. The assassins get more expensive. The linos get cheaper. And you get hit and run on the assassin. And punt on the runner. We don't know what punt is yet. Actually, I think maybe we do know what punt is. It's just like a long pass that you doesn't end your turn. Punt is a d6 for distance and scatter. Scatter from offside. So it goes randomly downfield. But it doesn't end your turn. Okay, you start d6 away from him, and then it'll go in one of 3 directions in front of him. As if that was the edge of the sideline. If the enemy team catches it, it ends your turn. It makes sense. So Dark Elves do keep the ability to build Fowlers, but it's double secondary means it's going to be insanely expensive. Instead of Elves getting the cheapest Fowlers, because they've agility and general access, Elves are the most expensive Fowlers. Dark Elves. The other Elves I saw don't get devious at all. Big changes on the Dwarves. Loss of strength access on the Linos is huge. They get the smashing XP. They level up by murder a lot better. And they get bribery and corruption, so they get cheap bribes, which is good for the Death Roller. It might be the year of the Death Roller. And yeah, the Linos do get devious. There's so many skills in devious, we don't even know what they are yet. They still have strength on a secondary, at least. Like the runner. So you're only gonna have 4 strength pieces, though. The dwarves do gain defensive on the Linos. Sprint on the runner, diving tackle on the 2 blitzers, hatred on the troll. Well, I saw hatred in the screenshots. Hatred. Whenever this player performs a block action against a player with the same keyword that's in the brackets, this player may re-roll a single player down result. You can re-roll skull. Player down is a skull. That's actually kind of nice for red dyeing them. So it goes with the Dauntless theme. Yeah, hatred wouldn't be. You wouldn't be able. It wouldn't be in a tree, right? Because it like hatred troll wouldn't be there. It's just a thing they can tack on for free to pieces. Like I'm sure there's a star player with hatred undead, the Carla Von Kill. Or not Carla Von Kill. There, maybe it's Carla Von Kill, but there was a Buffy the Vampire Slayer spoof with buffs to undead. And I think there's a dwarf killer. There's a guy with buffs to dwarves. And Morg has hatred towards undead. No hands turns to no ball. Losing tackle everywhere is pretty rough too. Dwarves got gutted. Dwarves got gutted. Depends on the devious tree if they're like if they can find a new identity, but I am a-okay with dwarves being a tier 2 team. And even if they're not, like they just lost tackle everywhere, so if that means that the most tackle on a team is 2, like most built-in tackle, then dodge is a lot better than it used to be. Whether that's on Amazons or just elves that we have to teach them the dodge. Or on the stunty teams. Dwarves wrecking stunties is a real shame. Alright, what's this? Elven Union. Or expensive Linos. We get Fumblerooski. Better passing on said Lino. At least 2 of their catchers. The catchers get diving catch and the throwers get Hail Mary pass. Which hopefully is back to Blood Bowl 2 Hail Mary. Excuse me. Hail Mary diving catch could be fun. No deviousness is very noteworthy. Oh yeah, good luck elf fans. hopefully the new stalling rules and passing are a lot better. Hey, hi Karen. Mm-hmm. Yeah, diving tackle is nice. The dwarves, I kind of glossed over that. Like diving tackle is actually pretty sweet on the blitzer. But they don't have agility access, so you can never give them blodge diving tackle. Like dwarves can't take agility. They can never take dodge at all. Which is also a bit of a nerf. Diving tackle would be a lot more exciting that way, but still block. It's like you teach him stand firm. And he's pretty good. Oh, they lost in agility though. The blitzers went from 3+ agility to 4+ agility. And they got break tackle, or they got. No, they didn't get break tackle. I thought maybe the human got break tackle. Sneaky Git got nerfed back to the old way too. I heard Sneaky Git not got nerfed. I hadn't read the change. Yeah, not having the blitzers as backup ball carriers is pretty rough. Oh, there's a Google Doc with the rules changes too. Nice. All right, we'll stick with the teams. But yeah, it's nice. It's really nice having highlighted what's different. Okay, Elven Union. Move on from there. Gnomes? I don't know gnomes. We never got them online yet. They get some deviousness. Their tree man gets strength. Though it had strength, it's just colored strangely. Typo. Gnomes seem unchanged, which makes sense. Gnomes were already in the new doctrine of team creation. Like Amazons didn't get changed much either. Oh, goblins. The Hooligan got cheaper. Doom Diver got more expensive. A couple guys gained a pass. Not a big deal. Deviousness spread around most of them. Not the Pogo or Doom Diver. Secondary agility on the Looney. Oh, but he lost primary agility. Obama lost agility at all. So the Looney's the chainsaw. No, the Fanatic's the ball and chain. The 3 movement. So the Looney's the chainsaw. I guess we can look at the skills. Did they get any more skills? No ball on the chainsaw. Oh, thank you. Made a pizza? Thanks. It's time. Doom Diver gains dodge. Worth giving up access to the tree. You just get the best skill anyway. Hooligan's got taunt, which I think is anyone that hits you has to follow up. No ball on the chainsaw. Be tougher to level the chainsaw now. What a white pizza. It's a spinach. Spinach and cheese. The spinach is probably getting green screened a little bit. But it's got actual tomato sauce on it. Not one of those white sauces. Stunty no longer has the secret weapon clause. So the chainsaw can cage dive? That is a huge buff for goblins. Not a whole lot of changes other than that, like gaining a couple token skills. But yeah, if Stunty doesn't care about weapons anymore, it just always works. That's kind of insane. Try some olive oil with garlic instead of tomato sauce. I don't think it's homemade. It's from a box. If we ever make our own pizza, I'll keep that in mind. Oh yeah, the troll actually loses loader. We saw the Blackrock troll get that treatment too.
Straight at them.
All of the trained trolls lose loner, which is a huge buff. So that's a huge buff, and being able to cage dive with your chainsaw is a pretty big buff. Gobbos might not be that bad. Which is kind of sweet, because now you can play the fun team with all the goofiness and not get crushed. Bridging the gap is a big fix. If other people are running around playing goblins, it's like Blood Bowl's just more fun when people are playing stunty teams more than they're playing dwarf teams. See it, Italius? No, Blood Bowl 3 is not going to get the rules until next year. The tabletop thing comes out November 15th. So tabletop players are going to be playing this stuff pretty soon. But we have to wait at least 2 seasons. It'll come out on a season change, they've said. But they haven't said which one, so probably not the February one. Thinking. Do we do orcs yet? I don't think we've gotten to orcs yet, no. High elves are... I think they actually said in the article they haven't reworked them yet. So high elves, it's not just they're not in the leak, I don't think they're in the book. There'll be a launch day PDF, I think, and that'll just be the temporary one, like the Team of Legends we got for during the 2020 release. So I think a month or 2 later, they'll sell a book with the new high elf rules, like the Amazon and the Norse reworks. Okay, humans got changed quite a bit, I've heard. So they lose 2 catchers and 2 blitzers. They gain go to the skills. They gain tackle on the blitzers, so they're block tackle. Catchers didn't gain anything. Catchers gain a strength. You only get 2 of them, but they're not weaklings anymore. Their armor is still lower. Why sell 1 book when you can sell 2? They get secondary devious so that, you know, not every team is getting that. The ogre can mutate. Interesting. Humans get a claw. Humans get a claw. Why could the ogre mutate? That might be a typo. Oh, the thrower's pass got nerfed? Did. Humans are not a passing team anymore. Not the best passing team, anyway. Carving a bit more of a niche out for the actual agility teams. You did get cheaper, at least. Not a whole lot. And the catchers got more expensive. Without gaining... Well, with gaining a strength. Strength isn't really what you need on your catchers. The nobility thrower went to a 2+? Interesting. Yeah, humans got the short end of the stick. They do get team captain, whatever that is. Control F, team captain. When drafting the team, select a non-big guy player. Give them pro for free. Well, the players on the field on a 6+, any reroll you spend, you also keep. Interesting. This player must be on the field if able. You can't bench him. If killed, a new team captain can be appointed. Ooh. Cannot be fired unless they have suffered a stat buff. A stat bust. That's true. Yeah, Zucchini, that's true. Humans still have 4 fast strength 3 players. Even though they went from 4 blitzers to 2. Their catchers are kind of blitzers now. But they went from 4 catchers to 4 blitzers. Like, people wouldn't take all 4 catchers, I imagine. The orcs also have team captain, which is a free pro. It's a bunch of rerolls, right? It's a free pro and then a 1 in 6 chance to keep your rerolls. It's pretty sweet. I assume this, like, if killed, get a new captain also implies when you fire the strength busted captain, you just get a new one. Like, if you don't have a captain, appoint a captain. Just probably the way it works. So free pro is pretty nice for what they're losing. The halfling not having devious is a little sad. Like easy devious. That would have been a nice boost for them too. Nobility get to stay, so we have both Imperial Nobility and Bretonnians. Bretonnians got a new name. So the Nobility, they gain an agility on the Linos, gain a bit of passing, they lose a movement on the bodyguards. So they get cheaper bodyguards and cheaper blitzers. Much cheaper blitzers. No devious access. The ogre can mutate. I guess it's probably not a typo. Ogres just get to mutate now. It helps differentiate ogres from trolls. Is there an open link for these? Yep, if you scroll up a bit, they were just shared. I can recopy paste them here. You probably can't get the first one. was yesterday. Too far. I've gone too far. They're there. And I can pin one of them. I think I can only pin one of them. The top one. I think the top one might have had the teams changes too. Just did a different presentation. Yeah, so nobility get a lot cheaper. What do we do for skills? Retainers keep fend. Running pass changes to give and go, which is just a buffed running pass. It also works on a handoff. You can do a handoff and keep using your movement to go tag somebody. Or build a screen. The Blitzers get pro. The Ogre can mutate. Interesting. The Throwers also have pro, it's just not here. Nice. No changes to the access except Devious is absent. Corn gets the bashing leveling. Favorite of Corn. We don't know what any of the favored rules are, if there are any. The Corn Gores, you only get 2. You still get all 4 of your Bloodseekers, though. And they're cheaper. Slight cheaper. They get Devious Secondary, some most. The Blood Spawn can now pass on a 6+. Sometimes you gotta do it. Sometimes you gotta roll 6. Corn Gores get Jump Up Thick Skull. To make up for only getting 2 of them. They keep Strength access, unlike the Beastmen. Blood Spawn's the same. So, not a lot changed. They got a little cheaper. They lose 2 Corn Gores. They could Jump Up Thick Skull. Less Polygons coming back. That's not great for this team. But running all 4 Corn Gores was maybe, you know, a dream of mega high team value anyway, so it might not matter too much. They're probably fine. Lizards. Ooh, I've heard people like the new lizards. Sources got more expensive. Roxagor can pass. Ginks get Devious. Chameleon gets primary passing access. That's a big change. That's a cheaper leader. Sources get Juggernaut and Unsteady. Unsteadies can't secure the ball. We haven't seen a lot of that spread around. Like on Corn, but all the Chaos 4-strength guys can secure the ball if you want. Getting Juggernauts so you're not vulnerable to 1-9s. Holy, it's pretty sweet. Yep. So the Lizards are a surfing team now. Good for one turning too. Just Juggernaut spam. But you do give up 30k in this price increase. You paid 30k for 6 Juggernaut. Like you random Juggernaut on everybody. I guess that's fine. It's fair. It's very fair. It's worth it to not be mega vulnerable to 1 and 9s. But I mean, as soon as you taught one of them block, that's the one that was blitzing anyway, right? Like, it only helps the guy blitzing. Yeah, you could do the low reroll start. I do with Juggernaut. Ooh, Necro got a lot cheaper. 10k discount, 5k discount, 5k discount. Did Andy Davo consult on this? Passing up putback on everything but race because they don't have any hands. So it looks like across the board everything gets 6+ passing at least. Unless you don't have hands. Or no balls, it's called now. They do get devious, primary devious on the zombies too, and secondary everywhere else. All of these changes are false. None of this got lost. It's just a typo. Formula bug. And then the zombies gain eye gouge. Okay, what's eye gouge? Control F, eye gouge. Eye gouge active. When an opposing player is pushed back by this player, the opposition player cannot provide offensive or defensive assists until they are next activated. So it's kind of like a hypnogaze, but only for assists, not for tackle zones. The whole Three Stooges maneuver. It would also still keep you from giving an assist. If you follow up, you don't give an assist. It's just he cannot provide a +1. You can still keep other players from providing the +1. That's a nice bonus. You just get it for free on your zombies. They're unsteady. They can't secure the ball. The ghouls gain regeneration. That's pretty big. Flesh golems also cannot secure the ball. Your 4 movement guys aren't allowed to secure the ball. That's pretty good. They just got cheaper and like straight buff. Great buff, minor but straight. And a couple unsteadies, like who cares? The passing. I mean the ghouls and the werewolves going to 3+ is actually pretty relevant. Could help with a 2-turn touchdown. Sounds a bit more complex till everyone gets used to the new rules. I think you get those little markers though, right? So eye gouged. You just put eye gouged around the base of the guy you've eye gouged, and it should be easy to keep track of. Yeah, Necro looks like it did pretty well. Did it get the murder SPP? No. Master of Death, it just has to be the raised dead. Norse. They can do Chaos Class or Old World Classics for their star players. And they get the Favor of Corn rule, whatever that is. Their Chaos Clash. They gain some passing. They can have any number of linos. They don't have Devious. That's a typo. If General is primary and secondary. Unsteady linos. Unsteady wolves. Okay, so Norse barely get touched, but they already got the modern design. So that makes sense. Nurgle. Brawling Brutes. Favorite of Nurgle. Riders got more expensive. And they didn't gain a skill. But they got Devious primary. Pestigors and Bloaters both got cheaper, though. By 5k. Oh, but you only get 2 pestigores. So you got 6 cheap. I guess you get cheaper overall. The team got cheaper overall. Because it's minus 6 5Ks and then plus however many Legos you end up with. So it depends on your bench size, I suppose. But the Rotters still can't carry the ball, so you only have 2 guys with 3 agility on the whole team. That's scary. Considering what you want one of them to be your killer. They kept strength access on the 2 pestigores at least. They do get a whole lot of skills down here. Steady footing, thick skull. What is steady footing? In agility. Oh, it's not agility. Search it. Steady. General. Whenever this player would be knocked down or fall over, roll a d6. On a 6, this player does not get knocked down or fall over. If this happens during their activation, they may continue their activation as normal, and no turnover will be caused. So steady footing does work against your opponent powing you. By this text. It's not just on your turn, according to this. Wait, so who gained that? That's kind of an insane skill. The pestigores. The pestigores did. So yeah, it's kind of like foul appearance on your pestigores. It's just a 1 in 6 their attack didn't work. Except they could still roll skulls. So it's better. But they do get to stand next to you though. So it's 2. And pick me up. Pick me up is the beer bore ability. Wonder if it got reworked to actually put it on the rot spawn. Roll F, pick me. Somebody's editorial. I assume it's just unchanged to beer bore, which is if you roll a 5 or a 6 at the start of your turn, anybody within 3 squares of them get to stand up and act as if they were standing the whole time. Oh, free punches. Like, it's really good. And stand firm on the bloaters is a nice bonus too. So your team gets slightly cheaper, but you get a bunch of free stand firm and steady footing. Thick skull. But you lose 2 pestigores, which again is kind of fine. Like you didn't take all the pestigores until later on anyway. Why so many changes? It's a whole new edition, right? But they went and did a whole new pass of the rules. It seems like they made leveling up a little better. They made they're carving out niches for teams a little more. Like the fact that elves can't foul, except for dark elves, because they made the devious tree. I think a big part of them making the redesign though was the caveat of like, we're starting by saying the box is all you need. And then you can buy your big guy and add it to the box. But the box, no longer in tabletop would you have to buy 2 boxes of Nurgle so you can get your 4 pestigores. So then all of these changes with skills and stuff are like to try to keep the teams balanced with that. So like the humans lost a lot. They lost to 2 catchers, 2 blitzers. Nurgle lose 2 pestigores. Or lost 2 corn gores. So they gave stuff back to those teams. It actually does seem too like there aren't any pieces that don't have anything. I think there was one Lino that didn't have a skill, like the Pro Elf Lino. No, the Pro Elf Linos have Fumblerooski. The Dark Elf Lino, I think, doesn't have anything. There's probably some other stuff that doesn't have anything either, but they're just like slapping the horrible skills on things for free. which is a good use of the horrible skills. And they made passing a lot better. The run punter doesn't have punt. He punts runts, not balls. He's not a ball punter. The ogres get the brawling leveling. Get low cost linemen, which is the linemen don't add team value. They don't change a lot. I think they kind of got a rework in the last edition. Yeah, none of the skills changed. They got +1 passing on the Nobblers and devious on the Nobblers, which does mean you can build a sneaky get dirty player for cheap. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like Zagini said too, you actually have to change a bunch to make people buy it. It's all new edition. It's 5 years later. And it does seem like it fixes, or at least attempts to fix, some of the problems, like stalling. There's an anti-stalling rule built into the game. They got rid of wildly inaccurate passes, and intercepting is now just clear cut instead of the nonsense it was. I don't even know how intercepting works. The video, I just let the video game handle it, so I don't know what you tabletop people do. You had to sit down, do your homework, and study for half an hour to figure out how intercepts work. Yeah, once you unleash game designers on a design file, tell them to change things. They will change things. I hope we get ogres in December. That'd be great. You might as well give us the goofy team now that, like, we're in no man's land with Blood Bowl 3 not matching tabletop. Old World Classic. What is this? OWA. This should say Old World Alliance. So they get a strength on their catcher, the human catcher. Same as the human catcher. The human team human catcher. Yeah, Chaos Chosen's pretty dead. Losing strength on the goats is rough. But it turns Chaos, like, that's part of what, like, carving niches for teams. Like, Chaos are now the mutation team. Where I think that's kind of what the design was for them. They're a blank slate. You can build them as, like, passing mutation or sturdy mutation or whatever disruption mutation. But they also just had strength access. So, like, I just played them as the everybody's got strength team. That's now orcs. Orcs are the everybody is strength team. Oh, that's a league. That's just flavor text. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's Old World Alliance on new and old. Yeah. OWA being bad is their niche. Did they still have loner everywhere? No, they got rid of the dwarf loner. Nice. There's a lot of changes down here. Holy crap. So the human thrower got stronger. You can have 3 dwarf blockers instead of 2. You have more halfling hopefuls if you want. A little bit of passing buffs. Just on the people who don't know how to pass anyway. And they do get devious on the dwarf blocker. Are the dwarf blockers just dwarf flynos now? Yeah, they are. They don't have weird dwarves. They have dwarf team blind dwarves. Block defensive thick skull. Instead of armbar, brawler, loner 3+. The human blitzer gains tackle. Dwarf runner gains sprint. Probably still take the human, not the dwarf. For your ball carrier. They get the diving tackle dwarf blitzer too. So they have 2 tackles on the team built in. That's pretty good. Troll Slayer hates trolls. Animosity goes away. Across the board. Loner goes away across the board. And then the dwarf. The dwarves are just there. Dwarf team dwarves. which are quite changed. You used to get 3 dwarf blockers in the box. Is that right? You could only use 2 of them, but you got 3. Oof. That's probably part of why the design philosophy was when you buy the OWA team, you can actually play the OWA team. It says the ogre's in the box too. Oh no, because there's no 1x. So yeah, you still have to buy your big guys separate. And I think that Bull Centaurs and Chaos Dwarves are separate. Spruce 3, that's crazy. I guess it's because it's a dwarf sprue. It must just be half the dwarf box. Like it's the same thing that came in the dwarf thing. Which is definitely one of the reasons why it's getting changed. Orcs. Orcs apparently are going to be predicted to be best team. A role orcs are used to having. They get a team captain, which again, if you weren't here earlier, team captain is when you make your team, you pick a guy to be the captain. He gets pro for free. If he's on the field when you use a reroll, you get to roll a d6, and on a 6+, you keep your reroll. You just keep a 1/6 of your rerolls. And then there were some other rules for reassigning it if he dies, and you're allowed to fire him. And you do have to run him. You can never put him on your bench. Orcs, Amazons, and Necro, you think are the top 3? No one should ever play anything else. Hopefully the elves are actually good with all the passing changes. All right, what else we got on the orcs here? A little bit of passing adjustments. The thrower can 3+ instead of 4+. That's good. Blockers can get lucky. They couldn't even try before. A movement on the thrower is pretty big. But you lose 2 blitzers, 2 blockers. And 10k, 5k, 5k extra pricing. Which is probably partly there just because you have more linos now. So like your overall 11 is probably cheaper. Because you lose these 2. But what do the linos get to make up for it? They don't get devious, so you will probably take a goblin to build a fowler. Mm-hmm. Oh, Zagini, you read the captain as being it has to be re-rolling a numbered dice, and then you roll a 6. So just dodges and pickups and stuff. I kind of read it as an implied roll a d6, but you might be right. It just does not ever trigger on block dice. Mm-hmm. Okay, the linemen didn't get anything. They lose animosity. Animosity comes off across the board. The troll keeps his loner. It was only trained trolls that lose loner. The blitzers get break tackle, a little bit of mobility. The blockers get mighty blow. Taunt, thick skull, unsteady. Taunt is you have to follow up when you hit them. Unsteady is you can't secure the ball. That's the tag, not a skill. It's not even a negative trait. It's just a tag. Oh, you didn't even consider that. Yeah, well, that's the way I thought it was, where you just roll an extra d6. But it is extra dice, so your way makes sense too. It's a dice game. Let's roll more dice. Yeah, getting Mighty Blow for free is pretty sweet. But you give up 4 of your positionals. You get strength access on the linemen. That's the big thing. Your linemen are just slightly weaker / slower of those positionals, but all of them are. One of your biggins gets to be your captain too, so basically you have pro on one of them for free. Good thing you only painted half your orc team. You're already done. Paint up some more Lidos. Then you're done. Yep. Orcs are the new dwarves. Everyone gets guard. Yep. Except for your goblin and your thrower. If you're taking a goblin to build a fowler, you probably want a troll. And if you're taking a troll for throw teammates, you probably need a second goblin. So there's still stuff to figure out. For sure. Mr. Throw getting a movement back is really... So it was really weird that the quarterback on orcs was slower. A lot of people just ran the ball on a blitzer. Which you can't really do when you only have two of them. It's nice that he got buffed, because he was going to get used whether he got buffed or not. Free break tackle is not bad, but free mighty blow is huge. And the team will be cheaper too, right? I guess not. I thought the linemen got cheaper. No. The linemen are just cheaper than positionals. That's what I was thinking. So the team got more expensive. Oh, that sample takes 2 throwers. But still a little bit more expensive. 20k more than it used to be. That's assuming no troll. Right, what else we got here? Shambling undead. Devious zombies. Not devious skeletons, strangely enough. People used to build the skeletons as the fowler. They might take one skeleton and give them dirty player. Pretty common. You lose 2 ghouls. Mummies get 10k more expensive. You get oh, I was thinking dodge, but yeah, deviousness. The whites lose passing but gain deviousness in the secondary. And what do we gain here? Eye gouge on the zombies? And unsteady zombies. Regeneration on the ghoul. Block regeneration, tackle, thick skull on the whites. So they took the dwarf's tackle and spread it around. Everyone gets 1 or 2 tackle. Instead of the dwarves getting all of the tackle. So it's not like they made the game a lot better for stunties and Amazons and whatever. They just made it more consistent. And Amazons can deal with 2 tackle. The human blitzers got free tackle. The whites got free tackle. I wonder who else got free tackle. I don't think any of the mutating ones. You could secure the ball in a skeleton. Interesting. That is a big pro. Zombies having eye gouge is interesting. I don't know how good eye gouge is. So when you push the opponent, you get to gouge their eye, which turns off their assists. They can no longer give assists. I guess that, like, in a guard blob, like, your zombies aren't guard, so, like, your zombie might be the one that gets the first hit in a guard blob. And then as long as you get a push, you've turned off one of the guard. So that is pretty good. Yeah, skeletons, but for backup ball carrier, yeah. If you lose both your ghouls, you've got... You could do it on a skeleton and keep your whites loose. You can always do it on a white, too. Like, the whites are faster. If you base up against a line of gouge dudes, they can't use guard to assist each other and each hit. Well, the like eye gouge only triggers when you push them though, so you have to find a way to get that first 2 die. Why do skeletons lose the fouling ability? Just to make them different, it would be my guess. Like, skeletons and zombies were very close before. So now zombies are the fouling piece. Skeletons are faster and easier to remove, kind of. They have thick skulls, so not really, but, you know. Easier to get SPP out of. Easier to stun. But for me, like, I always used to like skeletons. Now you have to take a zombie or 2 to actually build a fowler. The ghouls go up to 3+ pass. There's plus pass across the board. I guess these are guys that were dash pass. Seems fine. Mummies are unchanged. Slightly more expensive box contents. You actually get the mummies in the box. Right. Skaven. How did Skaven get treated here? Cheaper thrower? They lose 2 gutter runners. Brutal. They get a movement on the blitzers. So your blitzers are gutter runners? Did they get break tackle? They did not. They got strip ball. Interesting. Free strip ball. That's kind of what Skaven want. They do get devious line rats. And devious gutter runners. Rat Ogre pass isn't a big deal. Blitzer gets slightly better at passing. The gutter runner didn't. It's stab on the gutter runner. Ooh. Stab on the gutter runner. Hello. And they have devious. I wonder if there's a devious, like any stabby skills in the devious tree. Shadowing. You get SPP from stab? That's a devious skill, though. It's not just a rule change. You got to spend money to make money. Skills. Go to the devious category. Shadowing, sneaky hit. Violent Innovator. If an opposing player suffers a casualty as a result of a special action this player performed, this player will earn star player points for causing a casualty as appropriate. A player can only have this skill if they have a trait that allows them to perform a special action. So, like, having to spend 6 SPP and one of your levels, and all of your future levels are more expensive, to unlock the ability to gate SPP when you stab is atrocious. That is awful game design. This is no monkey banana farm that pays off after 5 minutes. Like, I think this is just strictly bad. Because taking a skill makes every other skill, like, 2 more expensive. Would it work with Hypno? Hypno doesn't cause a casualty. It's not when a special action works. If an opposing player suffers a casualty, so like if your chainsaw had it, the chainsaw should just have this. Yeah, sneaky gate got nerfed. Players not set off when performing a foul action if a natural double is rolled for the armor roll. So long as the target's armor is not broken. If the target player's armor is broken, this player will be sent off as normal. So Sneaky gets back to the old way, which we still took. Really good now. Ooh, Shadowing's got some changes. One through 3, nothing happens. On a 4+, this player immediately placed into the square that the opposing player vacated. This player may only use this skill a number of times per turn equal to their movement. Huh. There's no longer a differential. It's always just a 50-50 to shadowing or not. Shadowing skeletons. Shadowing is actually maybe a good pick on crappy Linos now. The solo foul skill is really good. Saboteur. But a player's knocked down as a result of an opposition player's block action. When this player's knocked down by somebody else, before the armor is made, they may roll a d6. On a 1 through 3, nothing happens.
Impressive.
On a 4+, the player's sabotage weapon goes off, and the opposing player is also knocked down. Though this will not cause a turnover unless the opposing player was holding the ball. The player's sabotage weapon goes off. They are automatically knocked down, and the armor roll is not made for them. A player without the secret weapon trait cannot have this skill. So it only works for the chainsaw, the bomber, the ball and chain. Doesn't really help the ball and chain, though. Oh, you're automatically KO'd, too. It's not knocked down, it's automatically knocked out. If you saboteur, you give yourself up, get KO'd 100% of the time, just to knock your opponent down and not end their turn. The Death Roller could do this too. It's an option though, right? They may roll a d6. Yeah, the ball and chain, it's all upside. He's getting knocked out anyway. And like, I guess late in a drive, you would fire it off. Because you do get an armor roll on the other guy. Quick foul. This player's activation does not end after performing a foul. They may continue to move. So half of the sneaky hit we used to have pre-nerf. Put the boot in. This player can provide offensive assists when a teammate performs a foul action, regardless of how many opposition players are marking this player. It's awful. Pile driver, probably unchanged. Lone Fouler. When this player performs a foul action, if there are no players providing an offensive or defensive assist, then this player may reroll a failed armor roll. Ooh. Presumably if you get caught, you're still screwed on the first one. No, you could probably reroll getting caught. Even if you broke armor and you got like boxcars, you're probably allowed to reroll that before the consequences happen. It does guarantee you're only KO'd and not worse. That's true. So if you're at a point in the drive with your chainsaws getting hit and he's going down, you could just try to pop the saboteur and then you only get KO'd. Math-wise, reroll armor is better than 2 assists. Please read this top post of the subreddit. Reddit. Or /bubble. That simple? Is that simple? Things I've learned from the season 3 leaks. This one? Or this guy's tattoo? Having spent hours scouring blurry screenshots for information and reading the profound insights and analysis of many of the big brain coaches on here, I'll learn all I need to of the Blood Bowl season the 3rd. All the teams now broken up playable best. Yeah, I rated Derek the other day. For anyone who doesn't know the lore around here, Derek's my real life friend, and he plays Factorio. He does speedrunning streams. So, like, we rate each other, even though our communities don't overlap that much. And he said he's on the Blood Bowl subreddit and was like, is Blood Bowl alright? It seems like it's dying. And this was a couple days ago before, like, these leaks, like, when we had very little info. I think that Blood Bowl players in general, no offense to anyone in particular, but in general, I think, like, Blood Bowl players just kind of want to be hurt. Something they just find the bad parts of all of these leaks and doom and gloom. It's almost like Blood Bowl, the game, only attracts people who are a little bit masochistic and want to have pain inflicted on them. If people were doom and glooming, we didn't know anything. Now we know most of it, so go ahead and doom and gloom now. But the doom and gloom was early. My beloved Chaos Renegades have been nerfed so hard it hurts to sit down. A new skill, better skill access, and I'm holding back the tears as I type this. A slightly cheaper Dark Elf. God damn you, James Workshop. Elion, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. We're going over all the spoilers. All the new teams. Most of the teams are spoiled, and a lot of the skills and rules are spoiled. Yeah, my take on Reddit is, yeah, it's a gathering of people who just want to be negative. They want that. It's not like they casually interpret the information and come to a sane conclusion. No, they want to be upset. It's just like something about Reddit, the people on it, or the way the algorithm there works, or whatever. It's just doom and gloomers. Ask yourself what would Andy Davo do as the end of that post. You buff Necro. Bow with the reroll is better than 1 assist, but worse than 2 assists. It's probably it might be different too if you have a dirty player or not. If you think the Blood Bowl stuff is bad on Reddit, take a look at what Redditors are saying about Football Manager. Yeah. Takashi. Masochist thing, yep. Blood Bowl. More like blood balls, am I right? Ouch. Sorry I said that. Yeah, Corn, I assume you can reroll a double. You could even break armor on a zombie and be like, no, boxcars, reroll it. How many Blood Bowl players are there? Who knows? Certainly more than like 100,000. Maybe around 100,000. But like I'll get high thousands worth of unique viewers in a subathon. I don't know what portion of Blood Bowl players pop in during a subathon. Like, it can't be that high. There's 72 players. They all have 14 different usernames. Oh, the skill actually might have said you can only reroll if you don't break armor. That would make sense too. Making the skills slightly worse, more straightforward. You can use Brawler on a Blitz now. Ooh. The Tabletop World Cup actually gets thousands of people showing up for it. Yeah, so you have to assume that's a small fraction of the total players. Do you think Blood Bowl players get mad Old School RuneScape has more active players? That reminds me, I'm not fighting a crab. RuneScape went. Did I close it? I think it closed itself. I neglected the crab for too long. No, but I don't think Blood Bowl players mind that they're a niche. They're not as big as the poker or RuneScape or Magic the Gathering. Or Warhammer.
Snakes. Why did it have to be snakes?
There probably is a bit of an overlap between OSRS and Blood Bowl. All right, where were we? Underworld? Thrower got cheaper? No, this isn't Underworld. This is Skaven. Yeah. We kind of finished Skaven, I think. They're going to play a lot differently. Dropping down to 2 gutter runners is rough. Getting strip on the blocker is nice, but like Skaven might just be worse Underworld now. We haven't seen what they've done to Underworld yet. Let's skip ahead, go to Underworld. Like now Underworld only has 1 less gutter runner, but they get cheaper mutations and access to the snotlings and bribery and corruption. Lots of devious gets thrown in. Some token passing changes. The Blitzer is faster. Is there a Dwarven coaches support group on Reddit yet? Dwarves got wrecked. And not even like they spread their tackle around too. So it's not like it's safe to play stunties anymore. All the human blitzers get free tackle. Then again, not that many people play humans, so maybe it is a good time to be a dodge team. Do they get the good troll? Did they? No, they still have loner troll. Animosity to goblins, so rats can give the ball to the big guys. Oh, and to snotlings, That matters a lot. Crab. Insignificant. What does that do? Document. You are insignificant. When creating a team draft list, you may not include more players with this trait than players without this trait. So you can't have 6 snotlings. Oh, you are allowed 6 snotlings. You can't do 6 snotlings, 5 others. I'm glad they created a whole rule for that. A whole ability. It'd be so overpowered to do a 6 Snotling build. 6 Snotlings, no bench, by the way. No 11 Snotling team. We did have the Nobbler Shadow League before, so I don't think that was on Ogres though. The Ogre one didn't even get that. The Nobblers do not have insignificant, where you could just take 16 Nobblers, play the Nobbler Shadow League. Where are we here? We jumped ahead to Underworld. They do get generous deviousness thrown all over the team. They gain stab on the Gutter Runner, strip ball on the Blitzer. So, yep. Like, is this just better Skaven? You give up 1 Blitzer, 1 Gutter Runner for all that this team has to offer. That's literally all you give up. It's a lot to give that up. You gain mutation access on primaries. Oh, you also give up a thrower, I guess. Not like Skaven want a thrower. But you would take your second thrower if you were left. The Snotling team, it must be relevant too. The insignificant, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Snotlings used to take 10 Snotlings, and like with a full bench situation. Yes, the pieces keep abilities across rosters. Right. That's why the Snotlings need to have that. And apparently it was a strategy. Like, we don't have Snotlings online, so I haven't seen it. OWA is better humans, and Underworld is better Skaven. Sad. Yeah, giving up a Gutter Runner and a Blitzer to gain all of the stunties, the goblins and Snotlings, and the cheapness that comes with them. Not that line routes are that expensive. But the easy mutation access, the cheaper bribes. So, yeah, there'll still be people who play Skaven. But you even get the strip ball here. Like you... They didn't bring back the Snotling extra guys on the field thing, at least. Okay, we skipped over the Snotling team. So the linemen are insignificant. You can't load your team with linos. You actually have to take the other guys. They gained Titchy on the Flingers. I don't know this team at all. They lost Swarming. So this team actually loses Swarming. Even though Underworld had lost it in patch notes. The pump wagons aren't secret weapons. Ooh, that's good. So you get 4 big guys on this team. Ogres get 6 big guys. Whatever, I'll leave this to people who actually know to comment on. Maybe we'll get Snotlings and Ogres in December. Oh, Swarming's a team role instead of just on these guys. Oh. It's not listed here. It's a problem with reviewing leaks instead of the official stuff. Okay, so they do actually still get more guys on the field. That's good. Because they are all 1 strength except for the 5 strengths. Tomb Kings I'm excited to try. Master of Undeath. They get cheaper. Oh, 15k more expensive on the Tomb Guardians. What do we get for that? Brawler. You're paying for it. Almost full price for brawlers. That's pretty sweet though. That is a buff. They're not as prone to 1 in 9s. And brawler's a nice way to be kind of mitigating the 1 in 9 problem, because you can still give them block. And then brawler stays relevant as just like discovering extra POWs against other block players. Oh, the rerolls are cheaper too. That's good. Yeah, and brawler works on blitzes, I think somebody was saying. Control F brawler. When this player declared a block action. No, okay. So I think this is what makes it not work on a blitz. I think a blitz is not a block action. So it might not have been buffed. You'd have to look in the rule book what block action actually is defined as. Does a blitz include a block action, or is it a blitz includes a block? Like down here in Juggernaut, when this player declares a blitz action. Additionally, when this player performs a block action as part of a blitz action. Okay, no, that does make it seem like a block action is part of a blitz action. By the way, it has said exactly that. Yeah, so brawler, according to this, brawler is it actually helps you during your blitz too, which is sweet. I mean, brawler's pretty bad. It didn't need to be nerfed by not working on a blitz. Yeah, blitz is a move plus a block, but that doesn't mean it's a move. It's move plus a block action. A block action could have just been, it's the way they define it. Like that doesn't have an inherent value, an inherent wording. But we found evidence here that block action as part of a blitz action. So it's not a block as part of a blitz action, which would be the other way to phrase it. Check grab. When a player declares a block action, if the opposing player is pushed back, that this player's coach may choose any unoccupied square adjacent to the target for them to be pushed back into. If there's no adjacent unoccupied squares, then this skill cannot be used. Additionally, when this player performs a block action, opposing players cannot use the sidestep skill. Player with the skill cannot have frenzy. So grab is also working on a blitz, according to this. According to our rules lawyering conclusions. Oh, declare a block action could be another way it's different than just being a block action. So grab says what it declares a block action. So you might declare a block or action or declare a blitz action. And if you declare a blitz action, you get to move and perform a block action. But you're not declaring a block action. I'm not saying they wrote the rules well. We'll find out. That's a good thing about being a Blood Bowl 3 player. The devs make a judgment, and that's just the way it works. There is an authority who's made a choice. They might patch the choice, but somebody made a call. Yes, grab and brawler appear to be unchanged. You failed to law school, so it looks like you can't play Blood Bowl. You can play Blood Bowl 3. Like I said, you don't have to rules lawyer. The program does it for you. Anyway, we haven't gone through all of this. I'm tempted to read what Bullseye is, but I'm going to save it. Especially because the crab moved. We'll keep going through the teams, and then we'll go through this. There's J-Leave Tiers as a section in this document. You've already got it tiered to all the teams. Someone's got to do it for the first tournament, for the first weekend. I do have the link to this. It should be pinned at the top of Twitch chat. I think I pinned this one. There's also this one. Cambria are going to be pretty good. Like, secure the ball is a huge buff to them. Regeneration on everybody. Getting the free brawler is nice. Free. You pay 60k for the brawler, but you do get 10k back for each reroll you have. And you get 5k back for each of these guys. So you get 20k back, 50k back at a 3 reroll build. You pay 10k for 4 brawler. That seems good. Lethal flight. You can skill your grots to be better ammunition. Nice. I haven't got through all the devious skills yet. I think it's cool that they added a new section for it. And I think a big part of that is taking fouling away from elves. Why were elves able to build the cheapest fowlers? Like, it didn't... Elves should be the best at scoring, and scoring quickly. And disengaging. And repositioning. It shouldn't be the best at fouling. Dark elves can still foul, but pro elves can't. We haven't gotten to wood elves yet. Presumably they don't have any devious. I'm going to peek. No devious on the wood elves. Underworld. We already looked at Underworld. After Skaven. And vampires presumably aren't going to change much. They already got the new design pass. Yep, just passing correction. The non-passing players. And that is literally it. Now we'll go to the wood elves. I'm going to go to skills first. Sprint on the catcher, safe pair of hands on the thrower. Which is the... Don't drop the ball if you fail your pass. And then they got the token passing buff. Which is pretty good. Going up to 3+ pass on the base, all the elves. The tree man is the only one that isn't at least competent at passing. They did lose 2 catchers, which is rough. The Linos get cheaper, which is nice. The war dancers go up 5. No devious access. So wood elves just got screwed, kind of. I guess they trade 2 catchers for sprint. And safe pair of hands on their thrower. But like, wood elves actually wanted to spam catchers because they just get free dodge. Wood elves, one of the unique factors of wood elves was you could get a lot of dodge very easily. You could just get 6 dodge without leveling anything. Now they can get 4 dodge without leveling anything. They're cheaper, yeah. The in the box math says 40k cheaper. You go for the more expensive dancers, but the cheaper than the other 2. Getting cheaper and getting a skill is interesting. Wood elves get better because the other teams got worse. And passing got better. Like punt and stuff. Like being able to score quickly, it got better. And the stalling rule, which we haven't got over yet. I don't think the stalling rule is a very good way for them to address stalling, but I was actually talking to Mrs. Page about it, and I like on the spot in the kitchen talking to her, I came up with my own stalling solution that would be a lot better, and that's just you always get at least 3 turns to score. Like on your opponent's drive. I guess like you wouldn't want to go back and forth. Everyone's always getting 3 turns, but like if your opponent stalls till turn 8, you just put the turn token back to turn 6. You just always get at least 6 turns in each half. Or at least 3 turns in each half. Where they made it so like you roll a d6 if you were stalling. And stalling is if you could have scored without rolling dice and didn't. Then you're declared stalling. You roll a d6, and if it's greater than or equal to the turn number, you get knocked down and your turn ends. I think you get stunned or something. I don't know exactly what it was, but bad things happen if you roll a d6 higher than the current turn number, equal to or higher. So on turn 6, if you stall, you have to roll a 6 to get gut. But on turn 2, if you stall, I don't know how you busted through that quick. But on turn 2, if you stall, like, you're gone. Unless you get really lucky. But it just shifts you from stalling at the end zone to stalling at the edge of your ball carrier's movement range. It still isn't forcing people to score as quick as possible, which I think would be the benefit, would be like the disconnect between lore and the way we play, the strategy, is you're not just taking the touchdown when you can. Like, I don't know if I've ever seen a clip of like a high school football game where the dude recovers a fumble and breaks up the field, and then like he looks behind him and decides to stand there and hold the ball for 5 seconds until the other team catches up. Like, you don't really have to chase him to force him to score, but you do in Blood Bowl. There are some niche times where people stall, obviously, in sports, but it's just a core part of Blood Bowl. The rules are telling people to DACA now, yeah. Yeah, turn 7, you can stall for fine. Turn 8, it's not stalling, that's just not scoring. Where a Blood Bowl game would be better served with something closer to curling or baseball, where the amount of time it took you to do your thing doesn't affect how long I get to try my thing. Rugby sevens will actually lurk with the ball. Yeah, rugby sevens is a very short clock, right? That's when they play in the Olympics. They run the clock down in football all the time. No, they don't. They do, like, all of the games, they'll do that. They don't do it all of the time. You literally do it all the time. It's plan A in Blood Bowl. Is I don't want to score on turn 3. If you score on turn 3 in Blood Bowl, you didn't do it right. You want to score on turn 8 in Blood Bowl. So, like, the equivalent would be like in NFL football if they were like, you don't want to score on minute 3. Like, you goofed if you scored on minute 3. Where in football, you do get the nuance of, like, there's, like, X seconds left on the clock, and I have X downs left, so I can completely kill the thing or whatever. It does happen still. It is in there. And NFL football does have a lot of, like, chess-like strategy moments that do come up with that, but it's not a core part of the game. You're not going slow on purpose on your like, when you first received the ball. Anyway, I think it's just a kludgy way, like, to fix it. Like, they put stalling rules in, so clearly, like, they're aware of it and they want to fix it, but they made the game more complex and maybe more strategically sound. Like, stalling is a worse tactic now. Having to stall outside your movement range is worse than getting to just stall at the end zone. Now your opponent has a chance to get in front of you and actually stop you from being able to make it there. Like, it is a better game, but it's fixing stalling for the wrong reasons. Like, stalling was fine when you are, like, everyone understands the strategy and we're fine with the lore break. Their implementation was not a good fix for the lore break. It does make the game better, I think. Ogres and vamps can always stall. True, you just don't have to activate, because you'd have to roll a dice just to activate them. Those are also teams where you don't really want to stall all the way to turn 8, because you might roll snake guys. Vampires, actually, it's fine, because you just have to eat a thrall when you fail. The ogres, you don't activate when you fail. Yeah, that's true. In football, they tend to do it in the last 2 minutes, which the new rules do kind of emulate. You could stall at the very end, but the problem with the new rules is no, you're just stalling. You're stalling in the backfield. There's no downs to force you to have forward movement, like in NFL football, and there's no pressure. Like it's harder for your opponents to steal the ball, like in soccer, in field football. But like they'll run the clock down in real football for sure. Like if you're if you're up 2-0, I think they do play very defensively and very stally. But again, that is different than what we have in Blood Bowl because like you don't have to get a lead before you stall in Blood Bowl. In fact, when you have a lead, you don't need to stall anymore. That's when you can run the score up. Rugby Sevens had a Olympic controversy because a player stood in the end zone without placing the ball to score for like 3 minutes. And the opposing team felt they didn't have an incentive to tackle over force down. Both teams were fine just knocking 3 minutes off the clock. They were both qualified to move on. Yeah. Right, Ogre Ball Carrier. He can stall as long as you want. And he never fails to get the turn 8 touchdown. But yeah, we don't know how people are going to adapt to the new stalling rules. Like that might make elves better. But what else you're not being able to foul sucks. They can still foul. They can't build a fouler. Rat Ogres cannot secure the ball, no. But you could give them the extra hands and whatever. You could build them as a ball carrier. Monstrous Mouths gives you the catch reroll. Assuming that's still in the game. That's all the teams. Let's get to the rules changes. Best devious access. Oh, we got a sub. But thank you for the sub. 28 months. Thank you very much. I should call order. People might end up randomly on top of what we're reading. Monsters Mouth is quite different. Ooh. Okay, where do we want to go in this document? Does seem to be just the team changes. Presented in a different way. They have anything for High Elves? The other document had nothing for High Elves. Not leaked yet. Not in core rulebook. There's a Team of Legends PDF somewhere. Not widely out there yet. Yeah, no more fouling gutter runners or ghouls or human catchers. Yep. And if you want to build like a Dark Elf Lino as a fouler, they actually have to use secondary skills. I think that's a good change too. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick before we dive into the next the next section here. Teams with X strength primaries. What else get a strength primary at the tree? 8+ Chaos Dwarves get 9, and Orcs 5+ your Linos. Seven strength on Black Orcs, Corn Lizards, and Nurgle. 6 on Ogres, Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings are gonna be some good. Okay, leave tiers. Amazon Orcs tier 1. Oh, tier 0. Same skills but less cash than necrovamps, lizards, undead, wood elves. Snotlings are higher tier than the other gobos. According to Jay Lee's predictions. Ooh, star player changes. All right, quick bathroom break, and then we'll dive into this. Be right back, everybody. Get away. Come back, crab. All right, now the rules changes. We've seen how the teams have changed. How have the rules changed? Let's come back to the star players. Maybe we can quickly go through them. Oh, there aren't that many. Steady on Anki. Cindy got more expensive. Count got cheaper. Griff got more expensive. Once per game, Griff may apply a +1 modifier to an agility test he has made. Ooh, so his Consummate Professional got nerfed. +1 to a dodge. Not as good as a reroll anything. I miss much chat. Bullseye? Hey, Chris. Hey, Rick. So yeah, a little bit of a nerf to Griff. From Iron Jaw. He now works on big guys. What did he work on before? He wasn't the one that worked on dwarves. He's got hatred for big guy too, so he can reroll skull against the big guy. Bugman's an actual star player. Bullseye lets you scatter on a superb throw teammate. Not scatter, rather. You can actually throw a halflings at a ball carrier on a 5+. 4+ if they're right there. It's kind of crazy. Like, I don't like that big guys are actually artillery now. People like to play them that way and think it was that way. But realistically, it was a bad play to activate your big guy. Stand him in a random spot that didn't matter to throw at the cage. Sometimes it worked, but now it will actually work a reasonable amount of time. Lord Borak. He can reroll a single dice on a block. And he must lose Loner, or the Mighty... No, he had Dirty Player 2+. His Loner is a 3+ now. He's got Put in the Boot. I forget which one that one is. He's got Leader, too. I don't care that much about star player changes. Skills I care about. Let's go over all the skills. Lethal Flight is Mighty Blow for when you're thrown at somebody. Put in the Boot is Guard for fouls. Yeah, that's bad. I guess it's fine, like, when you just get for free on your star player. It is a bonus. Defensive. Now also counters Put in the Boot. Defensive buff. Glad we just talked about what that is. Diving Catch unchanged. Diving Tackle. Oh, you have to reroll first. Nice. This player may not use the skill. Wait, what? When an opposing player attempts to leave this player's tackle zone as a result of a dodge, leap, or jump after the agility test has been rolled and any modifiers and rerolls have been applied, this player may not use this skill. That's just a typo if whoever typed it in here. This player may use this skill. Immediately apply a -2 modifier to the opposing player's agility test and place this player prone in the square. So you have to reroll first. Hey, Jaylee fixing it live. Nice. Thanks, Jaylee. Yeah, so that how big of a buff is that? Like, if they roll a 2, they had to reroll anyway. But if they roll just short, like if they rolled a 5, and your diving tackle makes the 5 not work, now they just immediately have to reroll, and they might get a 2, and they're just screwed. You don't even have to diving tackle. So it's a pretty big buff. Where before, if they rolled that 5 and you diving tackle, but then they reroll and get their 6, they were gone and you're on the ground. So this is a pretty big buff to diving tackle. An underappreciated skill. If a player tries to leave the tackle zones of multiple players with the skill at the same time, only one of them may use the skill. Yes, you can't foul the diving tackler anymore. Dodge. This player may reroll a single agility test when attempting to dodge. That's basically just the same thing. This skill will affect the stumble result when an opposing player performs a block action against the player as described on page 62. Oh, that's the dice, the POW. The bad POW. Hit and run. When a player with this skill performs a block action or a stab, a special action, after fully resolving the action, they may immediately move to one free square, ignoring tackle zones. So long as they're still standing, the player must ensure that after this free move, they are not marked or marking opposing players. Oh, the live edits are coming. No hit and run chainsaw. Jump up as a new block. Not listed in the jump up description, but more of a combination of others. Special actions such as stab / chainsaw and such cannot be used as part of jump up block. They replace a block action during a blitz action or otherwise their own unique action. So you can't jump up stab. Ooh. Keeps the same, safe pair of hands. Before they become prone, they may place the ball in an adjacent unoccupied square. I guess that's relevant just because your skill works. That step's the same, sprint and sure feet, both the same. The devious category is going to have a lot of new stuff. Dirty players the same. Eye gouge. You know, opposing players push back by this player. They cannot provide offensive or defensive assists until they have activated. Bumblerooski no longer works on a blitz. Oh, I didn't know it used to work on a blitz. Lethal Flight, that's Mighty Blow for throw teammate. +1 to the armor roll or injury roll. Oh, and you get SPP. You get SPP. Nice. Must have the right stuff trait. I love that you get SPP if you were used as a bullet. You're a good bullet. The lone fowler is pretty good. You can re-roll the armor roll, as long as there's no assists going on. Pile driver's the same. Put in the boot is you can, it's guard for fouling. Quick foul is you can move after fouling, like the old sneaky get, pre-buff, pre-nerf. Post-buff, pre-nerf. Saboteur, that's when you're a secret weapon only skill. If somebody knocks you down, you get a 50-50 shot to knock them down too by procking your weapon's sabotage, I guess is the theme. Ah, my chainsaw exploded. We're both going down. You're automatically KO'd, but you get to knock down the opponent. I guess if you try and roll a 1 through 3, you're not automatically KO'd. It's only if it explodes. All put in the boot, goblins. Shadowing's got a few changes here. It seems like shadowing makes the dodge roll harder too if shadowing is passed. Oh, you'd shadow before the roll? So you count as your tackle zones count? Weird. But that is a FAQ thing. Each time the opposing player attempts to dodge, out of a square with this player's tackle zone. Use the skill. It works on a 4+ now. It doesn't matter the differential between your movement. So slow players can shadow. But you can only shadow an amount of times equal to your movement. That seems like a really bad waste of text. Were they really worried of zombies following you the 5th time? Did they need to get nerfed that way? Following forever seems like it's just cool. The zombie can't follow 5 different players either, so you have to like keep track of the movement, the movement budget of all your shadowed players. Sneaky get got nerfed, yep. Someone's reading ahead. I read pretty slow. And I'm trying to eat my pizza. Paul and Chain can shadow? Nice. Shadowing buff is nice. Yep, you get caught. Your armor roll immunity only works if you didn't break armor. If you roll a pair of 6s, you still throw it out. So sneaky get a lot worse. We still used it back before. It's back to Blood Bowl 2 sneaky get. But it's not mandatory like it used to be. So the fact that elves can't build a Fowler cheaply, like, well, that Fowler's not as good anyway. The ball and chain might actually get caught by the limited shadowing movement. That's true. He only has 3 movement. Violent Innovator is the only skill that 100% detrimental during your match. It only raises your team value and gives you nothing but SPP. Yeah, Violent Innovator is awful. Never pick it. That should just be there for free on the chainsaw. But like spending 6 SPP is only half of it. If you spend 6 SPP to get Violent Innovator, so that you can then gain 2 SPP whenever you chainsaw somebody. It's not like you've broken even at 3 kills, because you've also made every other skill you put on that guy more expensive. So, like, it might just, like, literally never profit because it, like, it you know, it gets you that first skill after, like slightly early. I guess you're not getting any SPP, right? So it's not like it's turning 1 to 2. So it's turning an event that didn't give any into an event that does give some. So it might actually level you quicker. Yeah, I guess you could take Violent Innovator on your chainsaw. You can't even run the ball on him though. Getting him that first level is tough. But yeah, I guess if you really want like a level 5 chainsaw, you start with this. But like, why do you want a level 5 chainsaw? Is it okay to random it? Randoms get nerfed. Randoms are bad now, which is good. They're not the best way to play. Randoms are still there. You can't random secondary. You can random primary for half price, just like now, half SPP price, but it's full team value. So, like, you're not. All you're doing is getting a level quicker, not getting discount. Which I think we actually did that one season on the ladder. It still had the experience discount, but it didn't have the team value discount, and I don't know how many people actually use them. I don't think it was very common. Yeah, the chainsaw picks up no hand, so you can't score on it at all. You do get to you roll twice and pick one when you random now. You roll twice and pick one, so like it's actually going to be a fun thing to do to level up a little quicker. But you don't do it, like right now you have to random so that when you get your 50th game, you have like 100,000 less team value than you should. Where now randoming will be, well, not now, but next year, randoming will be just a thing you can do to level your team quicker. And you might end up with a weird team. Like if you have pieces where you're okay with most of the generals, then sure, yeah, you could random in it and it's fine. Like you'll end up with full price something. Like full price wrestle instead of block is still fine because you got it early. Especially on certain pieces that don't get SPP very much. Anywhere when this comes out, tabletop November 15th, so like in 2 weeks. Next year for Blood Bowl 3. They're going to launch it on a season change. So every 3 months the season changes. So it will not be in December. It could possibly be February, but I'm not holding up for February. More likely 3 months after that. May. Is it May? And possibly not even until like next December. Stunties with random devious could happen because like you can't hit this if you don't have a secret weapon. Saboteur you also can't hit. There's only 12 skills in a tree. But like you don't get it cheaper, so like I think if you do random just to try to go quicker, you're still going to be firing your player a good chunk of the time. Bumble Rooski's a devious, apparently. I like that dwarf linos can get pile driver on in this tree. Dwarves might actually random in the devious. The linos. I could see it. Heroes of Might and Magic 3 had the learning skill, which raises your XP by a small percentage. But it takes up one of 8 of your very valuable skill slots. And the most it would ever realistically do is give them 1 extra level at some points. Which they gave up because they took this skill. There was an MMO glitch. It's a browser-based MMO where one of the things you could level up was like a 2% experience gain thing, and I put all my stuff into that. even though like for the last level to pay off, you had to play the game for like 98 days or something. I think the thing it was like your research. So it was like the AFK come back tomorrow kind of thing. I think it was an absurd length to get a payoff. But I like the first 20 days I played, I put all my time into better researching. Okay, that's all of the devious. Generals, block is the same, but it's an elite. I didn't check it for other elites. There's no devious elite. Dirty player did not get elite. Dodge got elite. Elites cost 10k more, apparently. Defensive did not get it. So dodge and block are 10k more team value. So you get them at the same speed, same amount of SPP. But it's 10k more team value. Which might actually make wrestle better than block. For a lot of situations. Like when you're at the big point on the ladder where everyone's got block, you'd be a lot better off to be wrestle everywhere rather than block everywhere. Oh, well, not for guard and like 4 strength guys. Because when your opponent both downs you want to stay standing if you're a guard guy and a 4 strength guy. But if you're a line rat or like a Cambry skeleton, you would rather wrestle them down. And wrestle is just less team value. Presumably, we haven't gotten to wrestle yet. Hope it's not elite as well. Check. Preview. Not elite. No other generals are elite. Block, dodge, guard, mighty blow are the 4 elites. Thanks, Click. You like quick foul? The one that lets you keep moving? It was nice as an add-on on Sneaky Hit, but you didn't really notice it that much after the nerf. I let it go pretty quick. I didn't hold on to it being like, man, I wish this guy could have moved right now. That maybe lasted like a week or two. Before any modifiers are applied is added to Dauntless, but I don't know what modifiers would be. Amazons get elite dodge for free. Yep. Norse get elite block for free. So do dwarves. Oh, horns is the modifier. That's what it is. So horns actually works with Dauntless now. Interesting. That's pretty relevant for Skaven. Underworld. Oh, multi-block is done after Dauntless too, so that's bad. I don't know if I ever saw anybody do Dauntless multi-block before, but it would have worked. We only have 1 elite. No, they cost 10k more team value. So instead of adding 20k, they had 30k. Yeah, Dauntless Goats could be interesting as a late skill on a killer, but Beastmen don't count. Beastmen don't have strength access anymore. I guess maybe Chaos you'd build like a strip ball that maybe takes Dauntless too. I don't know. Chaos are in bad shape. We haven't got to the mutations yet. Maybe there's some really sweet mutations. Ben's the same. Frenzy's the same. Kick and Pro, no changes. Steady Footing. Whole new one. Whenever this player would be knocked down or fall over, roll a d6. On a 6, this player does not get knocked down or fall over. If this happens during their activation, they may continue their activation as normal, and no turnover will be caused. So, kind of similar to Foul Appearance. You can't really use it as plan A. Like, you'll never be like, oop, I failed my dodge. I'm not going to reroll because I have Steady Footing. Like, you're still going to reroll the dodge. And I don't know if it really like would change your plan very often, but it is just a nice maybe get out of jail free card if you roll a 6. It also gives you the Foul Appearance benefit, because like when somebody hits you and pows you, if you just roll a 6 and you stay standing instead, turns pows into pushes. So Steady Footing might end up being similar to Stand Firm, as just like a nice skill on brick walls. You decided to level up a stat like using Lethal Fight. I'm sure he won't die. Six plus dodging with Steady Footing is 52% with the team reroll and the 6 plus. That's crazy. That is kind of crazy cage dive opportunity, isn't it? Yeah, failed dodge includes any. It seems to be any knockdown or fall over. So go for it. Dodges, pows. Getting hit by a throw teammate with lethal flight. These would all trigger your Steady Footing. You can 5+ dodge on a 55% of the time with Steady Footing. Vampire Steady Footing with the new break tackle. We haven't gotten to the new break tackle yet. You hit by a bomb? Steady Footing. Yes, placed prone is different than knocked down or falls over. So wrestle would trump Steady Footing. Wouldn't hurt them, but it would bring them down. But like if you rolled POW both down with a wrestle against a ball carrier with Steady Footing, I'd be pretty tempted to take the POW. Because it's only a 1 in 6 to save them. Where you can kill them. A ball carrier maybe is not that debatable, but like a random dude. You might want to go for the armor roll 5/6 of the time. A blodge guy, yep. Oh, you rolled a 6 to knock me down? Well, just let me roll a 6 to stay standing. It'll be a late skill pick, though, if we do see people taking it. Strip ball, what do we got here? This bounce will happen before the opposing player becomes prone, if applicable, but after the player chooses to follow up. Interesting. So if you follow up... Wait, no. You would only be prone if you wrestled, and if you wrestled, you can't follow up. Weird rules lawyer thing. I'm sure it fixes some corner case. Maybe with the new secret weapon sabotage thing. It's a type of skill you'd be happy to have for free on a player, but not pick it very often. Yeah. Maybe High Elves will get a bunch of Steady Footing. That seems likely. That'll be their identity. The steady footing elves. Yeah, Bretonnians have some steady footing, I think. Or nobility? Bretonnians and nobility are both in the game. That won't get confusing at all. Neither of them are called Bretonnians. What are they called? Imperial nobility, and they got on Bretonnians here. Doc, but I think it was something else in the other doc. Maybe I was just looking at the Star Player League thing, though. Yeah, it's Empire or something. Actually, being this doc. Like the second team. No, Bretonnian. Bretonnian in this. But that might be like it's just written by the fan that made it. Steady footing should not... Wrestle should trump steady footing. Because it's placed prone, not knocked down and fall. We can get to wrestle yet, but yeah. When a player performs block action or is target of a block action, if both down result is selected, you can activate the skill. If they do, both players in the block action are placed prone. So placed prone is neither fall over or knockdown. These both imply an armor roll. Placed prone is no armor. Not a gnome skill. High Elf White Lion Blitzer, Strength 4 with Claw. All of a sudden, I'm an elf coach. Sure Hands does not work with Secure the Ball. Taunt is a new one. When the player with the skill is pushed back as a result of a block action performed against them, you may choose to make the opposing player follow up. The skill can be used against an opposition player with Take Root trait that has become rooted. Oh, cannot be used, sorry. Is pushed back the push skill only? So when they POW you, you can't taunt them. That's a little worse than I thought taunt was. You're not taunting them before they hit you and making them angry. You're taunting them after they push you. Right, mutations. Any changes? Big Hand. Ignores all negative modifiers when attempting to pick up the ball. Claws. Whenever an armor roll is made for an opposing player that's been knocked down by this player, or during a block action, even if this player is also knocked down, then any roll of a natural 8 on the armor roll will break the opposing player's armor regardless of their armor value. Slight claw buff. When you duel with your various claw big guys, you still get your claws active. Disturbing Presence, the same thing. 3 squares of bad catching. Extra arms the same. Foul appearance is different. When an opposing player attempts to perform a block action. Blah, 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 blah. Not listed in skill description, but it seems that this is done before the special action is rolled, after movement for blitzes / hypno. So that is slightly different than the way it works now. Now it eats your movement, where it looks like it's going back to the bubble 2-way, where they get to move over to you, declare the block, and then you fart and they don't attack you. Horns the same. Ironheart Skin. It's same buffed state. Monstrous Mouth, all new, and lots of text. When this player is activated, they may declare a Chomp special action. There's no limit to the number of players that can declare this special action each turn. When this player declares a Chomp, they may select one standing opposing player they are marking and roll a d6. On a 1 or 2, nothing happens. On a 3, the opposing player is considered to be chomped. On a 3+, sorry. While it's chomped, the opposing player cannot leave the square they are in while this player remains marking them. This condition ends immediately if the player is no longer marking the opposing player for any reason. So if you get knocked down or hypnotized. Where are you going? This player may use the chop special action to replace a block action made as part of a blitz action if they wish. And strip ball doesn't work. So instead of getting catch, they now get the lockdown. Yes, there was a second paragraph there. You can, in fact, blitz chomp. So you can blitz a cage open and go chomp the ball carrier twice. Hey, Kindred. There's a lot of friggin' rules changes. With life for almost 3 hours now. Going over this stuff. Tail's the same. Tentacles. There's some colored text, but it looks like it's probably the same. Dodge, jump, or leap. I guess tentacles currently works like when you follow up after blocking, I think. So dodge, jump, and leap is just the movement-y type stuff. Yes, chomp isn't until your next turn either. You just don't activate that guy next turn, and the chomp would remain there and successful. What am I feeling so far? It seems pretty good. I'm looking forward to playing it. I wish it was coming online, like, next season instead of having to wait. Well, some undisclosed season next year. I'm sure they haven't said anything because they would like to do it in February. But they need to reserve the right to leave it and keep working on it. Chomp doesn't, or Tentacles doesn't work on Trickster. With the Gnome skill. I don't know what that is. But same, long legs, same. +2 to intercept. Is that what it does right now? Or is that new? A blub will open just for the music. Let's go check. Oh. I've been neglecting my crabbing. I need a mutation team. Yeah, +2 to it interferes. Back to crabbing. All right, passing tree. Cloudburster. When this player performs a pass action, opposing player may not attempt to intercept the ball. What's the old version? When you try a long pass or long bomb, you could force a reroll of a successful interfere. Well, it's a lot better. Mickey. That is a lot better. Any pass, it never works. A lot better than making the reroll. Yeah, Kindred, the current version will stay active. We'll still get a new team in December. And the one good thing is that all of these changes are completely rules engine. They don't have to do any more 3D modeling or animation rigging. Or at least not very much. Maybe some of these new skills will need something. Like the sabotage. But I wouldn't even think they would go in and reanimate the bomb blowing up necessarily. They might just use the same explosion. But it's not like the team's changing and got like there's no new positionals. There is no new player that they have to animate or anything like that. So it might literally be like a month of work. Because it's just going through the rules and swapping it. There's some interface stuff too. Not all rules engine. There's definitely a lot of interface stuff, like leveling up in the new skills, need icons and stuff. But the 3D modeling and the animation should be non-existent / light. So Cloudburster's a lot better. Dump off. Whenever an opposing player attempts to perform a block action against this player or a special action that targets this player, use this skill. So this got the same treatment as foul appearance, where it looks like they're going to move next to you and then you dump off. So you'll get -1 to your pass. So a nerf to dump off. Back to the bubble 2-way. Oh, I saw that, J-Leaf. Can we break the client by giving one player as many special options as possible? Hypno stab chomp. How many can we get from skill ups on a vampire?
Everyone.
Hey, Beowulf. Probably make this a font bigger. Wonder if they'll keep the Bubble 2020 rules as an option for leagues. If you're lucky, there'll be a checkbox. But it seems like probably a moving forward situation. Games Workshop might even mandate that it uses the new rules. Yeah, because even if they left the old rules, but then they bring in ogres, like now they would have to test ogres to make sure it works in both the old rules and the new rules. I wouldn't hold your breath either to keep the old rules. They're just renaming to Warhammer Blood Bowl. Just so Warhammer shows up for branding. It's not a whole new game. Your Blood Bowl 3 entry in Steam will change to Warhammer Blood Bowl. I think the tabletop is getting the Warhammer tag too. Maybe not. I don't know. Give and go. If this player performs a pass action that is a quick pass or performs a handoff action, then so long as the turnover isn't caused, their activation does not end. Instead, they continue moving. So that used to be called running pass. But working on a handoff is a pretty big buff to the skill. Because you would rarely want to do the pass. You'll have to do a handoff, and then this guy can take one more step and tag somebody. So they can't go chasing the receiver. Oh no, Hail Mary didn't get fixed. Rough. Oh, it works with throw bomb. I guess it always did, though. Wildly inaccurate's gone. That might help. Treating the throw as a long bomb and treating any result as an accurate pass. An inaccurate pass. So yeah, in Blood Bowl 2, you just needed to not roll under your passing goal. So like a 2 or a 3. If it's a human doing it, it'd be a 3. But now you have to not get a 1 after modifiers. Long bomb would be a -2? -3? Long bomb is a -3. So you need a -3 to not be a 1. You need a 4. Hail Mary works half the time. Your passing skill doesn't matter for it, as far as I can tell. So you could do Hail Mary Camry. We have Punt here somewhere too, though. The Punt might just be a better Hail Mary. Somebody got free Hail Mary. I think Elven Union got diving catch on their catchers and Hail Mary on their thrower. So I don't know, if your opponent gets a blitz and they swarm your backfield, maybe you just go pick it up and Hail Mary it. Maybe. It's still a 4+. It's kind of scary. I wonder if like Cannoneer helps. Cannoneer is still here. Because it counts as a long bomb. So you get the +1. But I think that would help keep you from being a 1. So if you get Cannoneer, it's a plus. You could Hail Mary at a 4 or a 3+ rather. Leader, not exactly listed, but potential nerf that one of these players has to start the half on the pitch to get the reroll at all. A team that has one or more players with this skill on the pitch at the start of a half. Oh yeah, at the start of a half. May gain a single extra team reroll. You can only use a leader reroll if there's a leader still on the pitch. If all players with the skill are removed from the pitch, either as a casualty or being sent off before the leader reroll is used, it is lost. Yeah, so you can't hide your leader for your 1 turn, which I saw used very rarely. I have seen it used. Not frequently, though. You have to steal the same on the ball. Be the same. Move up to 3 squares, following all the usual rules for movement, with the exception that they cannot rush. Multiple players have the skill, then they may all use it during the same pass action. They must do so one at a time, and if one of them falls over the others before the others have had a chance to move, then they may not do so. You get a mini turnover. There's punt. This player may declare a punt special action. Only a single player may declare a punt special action each turn. When a player declares a punt special action, they are first allowed to make a move action, though they cannot continue to move after the punt special action has been resolved. If after the move action this player is in possession of the ball, they can punt it downfield. Position the throw-in template over this player so it faces one of the two end zones or either sideline. You get to pick which direction you're punting it, I guess. You could punt it laterally. Roll a d6 to determine the direction the ball is kicked, just like when it goes out of bounds. And then a second d6 to determine how many squares in that direction the ball will travel. If this player has the kick skill, they may re-roll either one or both of these dice, though they may decide whether to re-roll the direction or not before reel it. They must decide. Yeah, you pick your direction, you can re-roll it, and then you pick your, and then you roll your distance, and you can re-roll that. You don't roll both and then decide if you're happy with a short kick and to the left or whatever. If the ball lands in a square containing a player, they must attempt to catch the ball, otherwise it will bounce. When performing a punt special action, no turnover is caused if the ball comes to rest on the ground. However, if after the punt special action is resolved, the ball is in possession of the opposing player or the crowd, a turnover is caused. So you got to get back centrally when you punt. If it goes out of bounds, your turn does end. You could punt it backwards too, yep, which might actually be relevant. Why would that ever be relevant? I guess to put the ball just to Daka, right? Like, can you dive and catch a punt? Can you dive and catch a crowd throw in? It'd be the same answer. I don't think you can dive and catch a crowd throw in. I think dive and catch is specific to passes. It is a little rugby thing, yeah. It doesn't end your turn either, so it's like a safe pass-ish. Like if you're playing with a bunch of skinks or what else or whatever, you could just kind of like move the ball really far and assume you'll be able to recover it. So it's good for the agility teams, fast teams. And it's not there's no agility or passing check when you punt. So you could secure the ball on somebody with kick with the intent to punt it eventually. Now, you could roll a 1 on your distance and it's a really bad punt. I don't know if we're actually going to see a new punting meta. Yeah, if it was like a d6 plus 3, it'd be different. D6 plus 3, though, then you're risking the diagonal going out of bounds, which ends your turn.
I don't know half of you half as well as I should like, and I like less than half of you half as well as you deserve.
Can you team reroll the punt? You must be able to team reroll the punt if you can kick reroll the punt. Are there any other built-in rerolls that can't team reroll? I don't think so. You must be able to team reroll the punt. But it mentions rerolls specifically after the word kick. The best time I see punt coming into play is like when your opponent blitzes you, or if you failed your pickup and you're in that situation where most of your players in the middle, but your opponent has started to get around behind you, like as dark elves or whatever. You often are desperate enough to have to do like a handoff play or a passing play at that situation anyway. So a punt play there is actually possibly superior. You could punt, pick up, pass, handoff, score. The Elven Union get fumble Ruski in all their linos, so they can just fumble Ruski the ball quite a distance too. You can't secure the ball in punt. You have to declare punt special action. So punt is like passing and handoff actions and foul actions. Page hacks are by J-Leaf. J-Leaf coming in with the live edits, yeah. He's watching and getting proofreading live. It's a cool option. I'll be happy if it ends up being like used a lot. 5 variants. You could punt and then secure it with somebody else if it's in the open, yeah. It has to be like 3 squares away from any opposition, so I don't know how often that would happen. Pass, no changes. Strength has some changes. Not on armbar, though. Chaos Warriors get armbar for free. That's a change. Brawler. Unchanged. Break tackle. Once per turn, when this player attempts to dodge, they may apply a +1 modifier to agility test if they have strength characteristic of 3. +2 if they have strength of 4. +3 if they have strength of 5 or higher. Ooh. Break tackle buff. +1, 2, or 3. If you're 3, 4, or 5 strength. The cage diving rat ogre got better. It's +3 now. Punts cannot be intercepted, no. Not by the looks of things. It's not a pass. Death roller 2 pluses. The troll, all the train trolls lose loner too. So break tackle trolls actually legit. Because you could team reroll if they fail. Oh, punt! Yeah, punt could happen when you're like fighting over the ball. You're in a like there's already a strip ball is triggered and you're just scrounging around. Nobody's secured it in a while. Punt is always there waiting for you. You pick it up and you punt it. You get this ball out of here. Because your desperation, like 4 agility player, could just pick it up and punt it. You might as well try the pickup, and then if you got it, you might as well punt it. Punt doesn't say anything about tackle zones either, does it? So you don't even have to dodge away. You just pick it up and punt it right next to the guy. Yeah, it seems like you could do it from tackle zones. Maybe I'm missing something. That's powerful. It's really strong. That is when you punt. When you just go in and go for the 5+ pickup with your rando dude. When it works, you punt. You have to declare it ahead of time, though. Bullseye's your new favorite skill. We're getting there. Okay, armor is same. That's the same. Break tackle buffed. So same on 3 strength, +1 on 4 strength characters, and +1 on 5 strength characters from what it used to be. When you perform a throw teammate action, if the result of the throw is a superb throw, I don't know what that means, then the thrown player will not scatter before landing. It will instead land in the target square. Ooh. A player without the throw teammate trait cannot take this. So, Bullseye. Is that 6+? Or is it like a 5+? Or does it depend on your passing trait? Like what is superb? It does vary. 6 on trolls, 4 on trees. It's just passing the pass. Okay. So beating your pass, whatever your pass is. 5+ or 6+ or whatever. And then if you have strong arm, which presumably is still here, yeah. That would give you a plus on it. So yeah, trees are trebuchets now. You're going to throw your halfling at the ball carrier. It's a 4+ for your tree to smack, to actually hit the ball carrier. That's way better than the randomness we have now. The bullseye is really good. Bullseye might make stunties like competitive. Like a lot of other teams got nerfed bad. Like ogres just biffing snotlings at the cage. And the tree doing it too. Like on the ogre team, it's better because when you open a hole and then an ogre gets to go blitz and recover the ball. When it's all halflings that have to go do the recovery and the blitz on the rest of the cage, like it's not fantastic. You might end up just like, forget the cage thing. You might end up just throwing halflings at their mighty blow tackle. Decay is a strength skill now? Wait, if you random in strength, you might hit decay? Really? Why is decay a strength skill? Maybe J-Leaf just has it jammed in here and it's still oh yeah, he's getting rid of it. I think he's getting rid of it. He's putting it with the miscellaneous section. He's fixing it. You've definitely thought about bringing more halflings as ammo. Yep. When you put it in, you didn't scroll far enough yet. Okay, so Bullseye's pretty sweet. Grab's the same. Guard's the same, but elite. Guard and Mighty Blow both elite, which are 10k extra team value. No extra SPP needed, but 10k extra team value. There should just be some negative traits in every skill. You do get to roll twice when you random now, but you don't get a team value discount. Roll twice, pick one. Any skills that affect throw teammate also affect kick teammate. I hope we get ogres in December. 2 bullseyes a turn. Yeah, the leveling up random wise, I think, is fixed. You can't random secondary at all. You get the you can do it earlier and you roll twice, pick one, but it doesn't give you lower team value. But it might give you, like, if you might do it on players who are super slow to ever level, or once you get into the playoffs, you might as well, kind of situation. So it's kind of cool. It's still there, and you can do a challenge mode where you just random everybody too. It's fun that that's a possibility. So guard unchanged but more expensive, so nerfed. Mighty Blow also nerfed. So guard and Mighty Blow getting elite status. Block, guard, Mighty Blow, dodge all got elite. So that does overall, I think, hurt bash more than it hurts dodgy teams. And it's certainly also nerfs agility and bash, so it certainly helps like the middle ground teams, the human teams, the 3 strength. It really helps Amazons. They just have their dodge. They don't have to learn it and pay the tax. Didn't they make it so that they've flipped back and forth apostasis with the randoms on ladder? It's gone all over the place. Like every season it was different for a while. Oh, you just said didn't they do that? And then everyone screamed they hated it. Bubble players just like to see the negative side of things. Like we've seen that with all these leaks. People are up in arms too. which I don't fully get. I kind of get it if you're dedicated to a team, right? Like I'm not dedicated to a team. I'm just gonna play what I think is the best, and like I don't get like chaos is trash now. Like it doesn't upset me. It's fine. I'll play something else. Like like but other people like identify with their team a lot more. So if I was a chaos main and I plan to keep playing chaos no matter what, yeah, like I could. That's the scenario where it's okay to be upset. But there'll still be something for you if you like stealing balls, or if you like smashing faces, or if you like controlling the field with lizards, or like whatever style you like. There'll probably still be a way to do that, but it might not be the same team it used to be. Skaven got hit pretty freaking hard. So did dwarves. Dwarves don't really have a replacement. If you were a fan of dwarves, then yeah, you have a right to be upset. Monty's gonna love this rule set. Hopefully we get more Monty streams after the patch. But the elite skill thing does make like the dream of 11 guard on an orc team a little worse. Like that's an expensive team. Like the block guard extra cost means like a decked out block guard orc lino squad gives your opponent a wizard compared to Blood Bowl 2, Blood Bowl 3. Like 15 copies of block guard was kind of a thing you would dream about, and now that is a wizard to your opponent for no more advantage than you would have had in the other game. Just get a free wizard. We're currently in Blood Bowl 3, like you random half of them, and you're the one who gets the wizard. Like this is a much better scenario, in my opinion. So now you don't just take all of the guard. You actually have to be like, I'm going to need 3 guard to function or whatever. Amazons are looking pretty good. Amazons looking pretty good. Well, then again, you give them block, but you can give them wrestle instead. You can just give them wrestle instead. If your opponent has bought 11 block and you've bought 11 wrestle, you are thrilled. Not every team wants wrestle either, so that might actually push us away from bash, right? Like that might make your Imperial nobilities and your pro elves better, because your pro elves could just do wrestle dodge instead of blodge. But that's the weird thing about people complaining about the game, because like we haven't played it yet. maybe you're better at figuring out how this will all shake out than I am, but you probably are. But I don't know if you're good enough to really say the sky is falling. Maybe though. Some of the changes are pretty drastic. Skaven seemed bad. Skaven seemed like go play Underworld or Wood Elves. Like Wood Elves got hit kind of hard too, though. How much are these going to change? Oh no, these are pretty rock solid. These leaks I think are probably 100% believable. Like this is the form they're coming in. The spreadsheet I'm looking at is like a compilation of all of these. Like yesterday was just a leak fest, and the reason why it's a leak fest is because the game launches in November 15th. So the boxes and the rule books are already out in the wild through the distribution chain right now. So you've got people who work at distributors, you've got people who work at game stores. Maybe it's already landing in game stores. Maybe it doesn't hit game stores yet. But like the rule book has gone beyond Game Workshop control. Where any leaks we had like a week ago or 2 weeks ago were probably people who were like consulting on it and had signed NDAs specific to it, and maybe the documents they were holding had like a fingerprint. So if a leak happened, you could see a pattern or whatever on each page that would tell them which it was from. The original Steam machine actually had a really sweet way to fingerprint all their samples. There was like a grill. This was the Steam computer. You could sit in your living room, and it had a grill, like, so that the machine just had a line of dots, and they went through and they drilled out the dots to be slightly higher differently on every single of the like 500 production models they had and sent out to reviewers. So if any reviewer or whoever leaked it, they would be able to tell from that grill which holes were slightly bigger, which like the ID of whoever was assigned that. But as soon as it's into the wild, like, it's gone. So I think essentially yesterday was one or two people who got their hands on the book somehow. Maybe they work for one of these companies. Maybe they just knew somebody who did. But I think like on various Discords and Reddits and whatever, people were like, oh, but what about the casualty table? What does that look like? And the guy was just like, and then uploading the photo. So yeah, I think the leaks are pretty rock solid. Like, the question is, do you trust J-Leave? Because like, if somebody wanted to at this point, now that it's just in text format, yeah, you could goof around and screw people over. Why would you do that? And in theory, you could go Photoshop one of these too, but like, again, that's a weird way to go. Aha, gotcha. Where like, if you were talking about graphics cards leaks, the new 50, 60, 60, 80 series NVIDIA card or whatever, those leaks, there actually is motives to exaggerate and whatever for stock manipulation and bullshit or whatever. Bigger communities too, I guess, where there's just people who want to disturb the peace. But I think these leaks are pretty much free of that. You'll get a situation too with stuff like this where the release date will be November 15th and some store that barely cares about Warhammer is on the list and it'll show up and that guy will just sell it. Like he won't even read the friggin' piece of paper that says not to sell it till the 15th, or he just won't care. So you'll wander into some train hobby shop and they happen to have one of these and you could buy it a week early. And then like, obviously that's going to get leaked. If it was a Wizards of the Coast thing, they would send the Pinkertons after you. Some guys got a hold of a Magic set early, and they actually sent a PMC paramilitary group, paramilitary corporation called the Pinkertons, to the guy's door, and the goons stole all of his Magic cards. Turns out Wizards of the Coast is, or Hasbro is pretty fucking evil. I don't think Games Workshop would do that, though, I hope. I'm the one here spreading it all, amplifying the leaks. Yeah, Elite isn't harder to acquire. It's just 10k more team value. All right, I gotta go fill my drink. Let's do a quick ad break, get the pre-roll immunity back. Nobody has to watch an ad while we're actually talking about stuff, and we'll keep going here. Scroll down so you can read ahead of me. Be right back, everybody. I'm back. What are we? What stacks with claws? I missed this. Does Mighty Blow work on a both down if you don't have block? It said claw does. Whenever this player knocks down an opposing player during a block action, even if the player is also knocked down, there you go. They get +1 to either the armor roll or the injury roll. Yeah, so big guys dueling got a lot better. Multi-block, not listed, but more of a combination of other special actions such as stab chainsaw and such cannot be used as part of a multi-block. You replace the block action during a blitz action and otherwise their own unique action. Oh, that would suck if you can't multi-stab anymore. That's a guess though. That is definitely a guess. Hopefully you can still multi-stab. Stamp arm unchanged, strong arm unchanged. The strong arm also makes you a better turret. I guess that's why the tree is at 4+. Start with strong arm. Thick skull the same. Traits, always hungry. Oh, was it not a turnover before? Now it's a turnover. It eats your goblin. You have to use Claws of Mighty Blow when you hit your own buddy with Animal Savagery. Animosity, not listed in the description, but animosity can extend to star players. Bonehead's got an asterisk. Breath of Fire, that's a Chaos Dwarf thing that hasn't changed, and I don't know what it does anyway. It doesn't matter because it's not on Blood Bowl 3. Bloodlust actually is in Blood Bowl 3 now. I've barely played with it though. Can't believe they made such a horrible low team value on the Corn season, and then it's even lower on the Vampire season. Teams that like to be big. As a result, I've barely played any Vamps. A deer? You must immediately throw it again. Immediately. There's the decay that got moved earlier. Hatred. Whenever this player performs a block action against a player with the same keyword as shown in brackets, this player may reroll a single skull. Player down, what we would call skull. No case. On a 1 or a 2, nothing happens, and this player's activation ends immediately. On a 3+, the selected opposing player becomes distracted. So Hypno doesn't use agility anymore. Or tackle zones. Ooh. It used to care about tackle zones, so it was harder to Hypno a line. But it is a nerf it not working on a 2+, right? So it's kind of like they're always in the tackle zone. Insignificant. Not make half of your team insignificant players. You have to have more significant players than insignificant players. It matters for Snarlings. Which doesn't matter for online players. Not yet. My ball. A player with this trait may not willingly give up the ball when in possession of it. Oh, that's a gnome thing, right? They have a fox ball carrier. No ball is just no hands. The pick-me-up. The Beast of Nurgle gets pick-me-up now. Roll a DC6 for each prone teammate within 3 squares of this player. And on a 5+, the prone player may immediately stand up. Should a player with this trait stand up as a result of a teammate using this trait, they may not also use this trait during the same turn. You can't chain your pick-me-ups. Plagridin, Pogo, Projectile Vomit. Oh, change. So their activation will end as soon as they have performed the Projectile Vomit special action. Oh, because you can blitz. You can't move after Vomit. The Beast gives off real-life smells to help his teammates. Yeah, definitely motivating them. Oh! Oh, no, never mind. I was going to say, really stupid saying if they're next to any teammates who are not distracted. I thought that was where it was going to end, but it still says, or have the really stupid trait. So your trolls can't help your trolls. Oh, Stunty. Not in any skill or trait description, but Stunty always just works when dodging. So, in other words, it used to secret weapons, it didn't work. They got rid of that clause. You had secret weapon, you couldn't cage dive on a 3+. Now, your chainsaw can do that. Chop the ball carrier on a 3+. Goblins might actually be good. Yes, they lost the primary agility. They can't, you can't put dodge on your chainsaw. You can still just 3+ in there. With a team reroll if you want. Swoop. But did this used to be D3 and now it's D6 extra squares? Additionally, if they choose not to scatter as normal, this player may reroll the agility test when attempting to land. Ooh! Free reroll on the land with swoop as well. Swoop did used to be a D3, so you double movement on the swoop now. Man, goblins got buffed. Its swoop also doesn't block stunty dodging. Yeah, Tube Diver seems pretty good now. Goblins seem kind of good in the new rules. Ooh, you only take root if you're standing. When you stand them up, you don't have to roll the 2+. I don't know if that was true before. I guess I haven't used a lot of trees. Trickster. That's a That's a gnome thing I don't even know about anyway. I think it's a gnome thing. Before determining how many dice are rolled when he's getting attacked, this player can be removed from the pitch, placed in any other occupied square adjacent to the player performing the action. The action then takes place as normal. So you get to blink, but you have to stay next to the guy hitting you. And then he still hits you. But the assist count changes. Oh, you can't get a free touchdown, though. They still get to hit you before the touchdown registers. Preemptive sidestep. Is it next to where you started or next to the guy hitting you? Yeah, the player performing the action, so it's better than sidestep. You can skip over top of them. Is it still only one throw per turn? Yes. It's still only one throw per turn. As far as I've seen, I haven't seen all of the rule book. Oh, if he's getting stabbed, he gets to do it too. Channeled Fury, Unsteady, can't secure the ball. Random skills still exist. Roll twice on the table for the same category and select one of them. If you get the same skill, you must take it. If you get a skill you can't use, then you reroll. Skill up costs. Primary 20k, secondary 40k. Stats are 10k armor, 20k move, 20k pass, 30k agility, 60k strength. So strength is discounted. Oh, agility is 40k too. It just got turned green. Thanks, J-Leaf. Mm-hmm. Oh, J-Leaf says he hasn't actually seen the throw teammate page yet, so it might say in there you can do both. SPP costs. Stat ups 14, 16, 20, 24, 28, 38. So they're all... The stat ups are all a fair bit cheaper. I think it was 20 for your second level up to be a stat up. This guy's level 1. 18. It used to be 18 for the first one, which is more than the first two now. Find a team I've actually played a little bit. So second stat up used to be 20. So it's 4 cheaper, 4 cheaper. Is it maybe just 4 cheaper across the board? Season. I can't find anybody who's level 3. There we go. There's level 3. 24. Yeah, 4 cheaper. Oh, Jaylee's putting in the old amounts. Nice. So looks like 2 cheaper until the final level. The final level was really expensive before. 6 cheaper on the final level. And then the 4 cheaper holds until the final level. Character improvement table. So you just roll a d8 now. A 1 is armor. 2 is armor pass. 3 and 4 armor move or pass. So that's a pretty big nerf too. You don't get move or agility on every result anymore. 1 and 2 are your only whiffs, but I mean that's a 1 and 4. That's 25% of the time you don't get a ball carrier stat up, which might mean you can't really just like. It seems like in the current mode, like give your ball carrier block and then stats was a perfectly fine way to do every single friggin' team. Probably not if they started at 2 agility. Maybe not, but the move-ups are still so good. Move-ups are now on 4 of the results. 5. Strength exactly a 7. Agility on... So strength on 2, agility on 3, move on 4. Passing's on 6. Armor's on 5. No, passing's on 5. Armor's on. But the biggest takeaway there is these two are kind of poopy for a quarterback. I guess depending on the quarterback, plus pass might be just fine. Maybe it's only a 1 that's kind of a whiff on a quarterback. You shouldn't be getting hit anyway. You want plus armor on your line of scrimmage guys, your brawlers. Inducements. Inducement changes. What do we got here? I haven't heard anything about this. Weather Mage. Once per game, at the start of any of your turns, you may immediately make a roll on the weather table, applying a modifier of up to 2+ or +2 or -2 to the roll. The resulting weather conditions are applied immediately and will last until the next time a changing weather result is rolled on the kickoff table. Only that part is green, so presumably this guy's in tabletop already. So you roll and then you can either add or subtract from it. You can pick from 5 results, whatever you roll. That's kind of cool. I guess that's not the right way to say it because there's a lot of ranges there. But you can't. You're way more likely to be able to pick a blizzard, but you know, it'll still be rare-ish. Change it by 2. Blitzer's best kegs. Nothing encourages a player to get back into the action quite like promise of a nice cold pint. For each of these, you get a +1 modifier whenever you try to recover a knocked out player. Okay, so that's just the same kegs. Bribes. You can only take 3 bribes. Unless you got bribery and corruption, then you can take 6. Special rules. Brawling Brutes. So orcs have this. A lot of the chaos teams have this. Dwarfs have this. +3 SPP whenever you get a Kaz. Only 2 SPP for touchdowns. Not all upside. Pretty big upside, though. Bribery and corruption. You can get more bribes and they're cheaper. Buy stuff's still cheaper, too. And you can reroll a 1 and argue the call. Oh, that was tagged with if unchanged. You got rid of that, though. There you go. If unchanged. There's favor of stuff, but yeah, we don't know what they do yet. Those are some you could pick the various chaos teams might get an extra SPP for Kaz's or something. Like I have no idea what it would even be. I guess we haven't seen a lot of the traits yet. Team captain's new. We looked at that up already. You get to declare, when you make your team, you declare somebody as the team captain and they get pro for free. Can't be a big guy. And while in the field, on a 6+ any reroll you spend, you also keep. I don't know if that means you get to roll a d6, and if you roll a 6, you get to keep it, or if you roll, it has to be a numerical thing you're re-rolling. If a feeling it's just roll another dice, it might not be. You can't bench him. You have to field your captain. You can't fire him unless he's got a stat buff. And you do get a new one when you do lose him. Oh, J-Leave knows. He's rewording it to be roll a d6. It is a fresh dicey roll. Nice. Thanks, J-Leave. Other. Secure the ball. We knew about that from the article. What's the details how far away the player is? Not within 2 squares of any standing opposition player that are not distracted. Within 2 squares. So that's like a 1 square gap. If there's a 2 square gap. That's fine. That's pretty far. Or pretty generous, I mean. You'll be able to secure the ball almost every time. Well, let's think about the line of scrimmage. If the ball goes... Well, across the line of scrimmage is a touchback. If it's on the line of scrimmage, you're screwed. If it's 1 back, you're still screwed. If it's 2 back, you can secure it. So what percentages of kicks with the kick skill? Like, is it worth getting kicked and kicking shallow so they can't secure? That's probably like two out of how many different results would there be? Like 2 out of 7? Something like that. If it's that high, it's not a bad play. Like, if it was like 10% of the time, you could deny them a secure. Oh, but that also implies you're putting your defense up with like guys on the line of scrimmage spread out. If you're 1 square back, that there's only one spot one line the ball can land where you're actually interfering. So you probably ignore that possibility and just kick it deep. Unless you're playing a team that wants to kick it short anyway. And kick did get buffed. The kick skill got buffed. Oh, I lost my Twitch chat. It fell behind the blibble. Sorry about that. I was ignoring you guys for a while. I missed a lot too. I'm going to declare chat bankruptcy. I missed a whole bunch. So if there's something important there, I'll have to say it again. I've heard of people declaring email bankruptcy where you just like send a mass email to your company and say, I'm declaring email bankruptcy. I cannot catch up. If you had a pending email to me, you have to send it again. Yeah, so what they did to kick was it works with punt. It's a free reroll when you punt. Not just that, you can reroll both of your punt dice. So punting is, if you have the ball, you could just punt. You don't have to roll a pass. You don't have to roll an agility check. You don't roll anything skill-wise that can fail. You roll a d6. A 1 and a 2, it goes that way. 3 and 4, it goes straight. 5 and 6, it goes that way on a diagonal. And then you roll another d6 for the distance it goes on that line. So this is the same thing as when the ball goes out of bounds. And if you have the kick skill, you can re-roll both of those. So you pick your direction, you roll your direction, and you choose to re-roll it or not. And then you roll your distance and choose to re-roll that or not. So kick is actually kind of strong. But of note with kick, if you weren't here when we were talking about it, is you can pick the ball up. Like as your last action, you can just pick the ball up on a rodder when it's in a scrum and there's 2 tackle zones your opponent has. And if your rodder gets the ball, he can punt it without having to dodge. So if you get that lucky 6 and actually pick the ball up, you actually get to punt it. And punt doesn't end your turn either. Unless it goes out of bounds. If it goes out of bounds, it ends your turn. And if it goes, if an opponent catches it, it ends your turn. Punt is not affected by being marked, so. Can all teams facing Amazons be given a free machine gun? A lot of the human blitzers got tackle. That's as good as we could do. Yeah, punting. When we first read punting, I was thinking a lot about like plan A, like when you would plan A punt, like, you know, they kick the ball to you and then you get in a situation where you just have to punt it. But you could roll a 1, so you could just derp it right in front of you. But if it's not a good plan A very much, it is still a good, we're scrumming over to the ball, I've recovered it. Poof. Away it goes. But it doesn't end your turn, so somebody else can go get it, and I don't think you can punt it again. There's 1 punt a turn. Hey, Fiona. Yeah, so secure the ball is just if they're not within 2 squares, then you can pick it up on a 2+ on pretty much any player. There's only a handful of players that had the trait that doesn't let them pick it up. Big guys can't secure the ball. I think the Nurgle warriors were excluded, and Sauruses were excluded. Like, it wasn't even universally of the 4 strength guys. It was just some of them. I think like zombies and flesh golems were excluded on Necro for some reason. Like, you would ever want the ball on those guys. The 4 movement guys. What did you miss in how OP are assassins? It's unclear if assassins can still multi-stab. So that's a bit of a nerf. But stab and back away with the hit and run is pretty strong. Bulls, sources, biggins, oofs, zombies, the non-secure people. And the price you pay to secure those, it does end the player's turn. So you can't move. You're stuck standing where the ball lies. I don't know if you can team reroll it. Sure Hands doesn't work on it. Really good for Khemri. Pretty good for the 3 agility teams. Skeletons can secure the ball, yeah. They can run the ball if all your ghouls exploded. There's a skill to get SPP from stab. There is. Violent carnage or something like that. Which is much more of a chainsaw skill, I think. I think that's the special action they were thinking of. Because the chainsaw also got no ball. You can't score on your chainsaw anymore. The Norse Linos can't secure the ball. They are drunk. Lubbies, fleshies. Bull Centaurs, Sauruses, Bloaters, and Biggins. I wonder if by Biggins you mean Black Orcs too. I don't know if the Black Orc team could secure the ball. Check here. Seems like they can secure the ball. They do not have Unsteady, I think it's called. Other. Wildly inaccurates are now fumbles. Interference roll is directly an interception roll. Yeah, they clean passing up quite a bit. That was the older roster. Oops. Yeah. When I was browsing the teams, I used this one. I wasn't used to that format. This is old and new here. Skills are separate down here. I did it wrong, but hit the right conclusion. Accidentally correct. The best kind of correct. See ya, Postastus. Yeah, rip wildly inaccurate passes. You will not be missed. You can still get inaccurate passes, but they'll always go upfield within 3 squares of your target, or whatever it is. Perfect unchanged. Stalling got changed big time. There's a lot of flavor fluff here, but the short version from my understanding of stalling is if you can score and not roll dice, then you have stalled. If you stall, you have to roll a d6. If you roll greater than or equal to the current turn number, you get the bad thing to happen. What does that do? A projectile thrown by the crowd, you're immediately knocked down, causing a turnover. But still must be taken if a player forgoes their action. So interestingly, like if you're stalling, if you have a player that can score, you can do all your other actions. But if you get a turnover, I think that guy is going to get hit by a rock. And if that guy moves like even farther away, that doesn't count. As soon as that guy's done, you have to do the hit by a rock check. Throw a rock is always on. Yeah, but it's nerfed. So on turn 7, it will never get you. On turn 6, it's a 6+. On turn 5, it's a 5+. Or it's a 4+. On turn 2, it's a 2+. If you can figure out how to stall on turn 1, you always fail. But you get it doesn't fix stalling. Like my problem with stalling was it's not really thematic with the sport game. Like just standing there at the end zone and not scoring isn't really the way sports work. There is niche cases where you stall in sports, in all sports, many sports, but it's a core part of Blood Bowl. This doesn't really fix it because now you just have to stall 1 square out of your natural movement, which I think is an improvement to the game. I think it makes the game better. There's now more risk to stalling, but it didn't do anything to fix what I care about. I don't care that stalling is a bad game mechanic. If everyone's fully aware of stalling and like it's fine, like, it works fine. The bad thing about stalling is new people. New people, like the first time you stall against a new person, they're going to be pissed at you like 100% of the time. Like, but they'll learn that this is just how the game works and it's not intuitive and whatever. It's like killing your own players, your own allies in Dota. Like, whoever last hits the enemy in Dota gets some gold. So first level strategy in that, like the game designer's strategy in that is you need to be, you don't want your allies to kill stuff. You want to be the one to get the last hit. Second level game strategy though is I can kill my own team and then you don't get the money. So like, that's really bad game design. It doesn't make any sense that you're like, oh, you're almost dead, I kill you. But it's fine. Dota works that way. League of Legends didn't put that in because it's stupid. It doesn't make sense thematically. But gameplay wise, it's fine. And stalling is fine gameplay wise. They didn't need to nerf it. I'm happy they nerfed it. Like, this will be more fun for me, but it makes the game more complicated. Especially because they did this weird D6 turn +7 minus your active player count. Like, +3 if it's a blue move. Like, you don't... It makes it worse on new players, not better. Because now it changes it from, here's an obtuse thing the tryhard is going to do to you at the game shop, and you're going to get pissed when he does it. And then now it is an obtuse thing you better have paid attention to in the rule book, or I'm going to throw a rock dice at you and you're fucked. Like, it put it in the wrong side. It didn't even make it better for the new player. It made it so much worse for the new player. Your opponent stalling and you lose the game because your opponent stalled is a learning opportunity. You're like, ooh, this game, like, grumpy moment that, yeah, they should probably try to get rid of. But they've replaced it with your ball carrier gets hit by a rock when you're due. because you don't fully understand the nuance of needing to roll a dice to or not to be considered stalling in all the corner cases. And like, I haven't even read this whole fucking 6 paragraphs. I'm not going to bother either because it's ages down the road. But anyway, so the short answer is, I think it does make the game better for us pros. So like anyone who consumes Blood Bowl content, like you're all pros. But how much worse is it now for just the random person that picks it up on a Steam sale and has nobody holding their hand and teaching them? Like, oh my god, that person is just screwed. At least if it's in a game store. Like, you could be like you could, like, you're against a new player, you could warn them. Actually, that guy could score. You need to score now, or else you'll have to risk getting a rock thrown at you. Here's how that works. Online, it's just gonna be, you're just gonna end your turn and poof, your guy will fall. You'll be like, the fuck? And the rules aren't even the game. You're just gonna be like, what the hell happened? There's gonna be Reddit posts and Steam community threads started. Like, they made it worse. They made it worse for the reason it had to get fixed. You probably won't even see the dice, because Ellie's right. It's just, your guy's just gonna fall over. If we're lucky, it'll be in the log as stalling, so that the person will have know the right thing to Google. There could be a pop-up, yeah, that says, "Are you sure you want to end your turn?" But by that point, it would be too late, right? Because you would need a pop-up that says, "Blue, your player can score. If he doesn't, he's going to be considered stalling." So you need a pop-up like immediately when that condition is met. Like, you need the crowd to start going ah or something like. And yeah, you probably need a pop-up and then like a checkbox. Don't show me this again. But that's what Side has to do to fix Game Workshop's mess. This is it's weird because, like I said, I do think this is better. I think this will be a more fun game. Like moving the stalling to, you have to stall like, and I think it's actually really good that like your gutter runner has to stall so much farther back than my 5 movement guy. Like, I think that is actually like a good way to nerf the fast team from being able to stall. Yeah, more DACA. Yeah, you need to stall in your own half and then push forward, which I think is better because it's like, when you eventually are going to try to push forward, it makes that a critical point, and you have a chance to set screens up and stuff. So I think it will be better for us, the pros, but it didn't fix the lore problem at all. That it's arguably worse now because now you're just like derping in the midfield. So that's arguably worse than the other system, but just for lore, right? And yeah, it's even worse for the new players now that I've like thought it out. I hadn't really like done the scenario in my head like we just did, but like that new players, that's an uninstall moment. Like that, there's a chance that guy never comes back. Yeah, that also like Jaleb was saying, there's also the outlet dynamic of just making your opponent go forward an extra square. You can pressure the ball on turn 3, and so he can't be comfortable in that band of like 1 or 2 go for it. And he gets pushed forward a little bit, and that's kind of good enough. And then you need to play your turn where you don't full screen. Like turn 3, you do not build a screen. You need to say go so he could just score. You don't full screen, you don't tag him, you just leave a path. Mark everything else so he can't cage, leave a path. Because if you don't leave a path, then he could stall. So it's, again, gameplay-wise, that's better, because I can make you score on turn 4. And now I get my 5 turns for mine, or 4 turns for my drive. But if you, like from lore, it's even worse. Because now I'm not even trying to stop you. So now what are we playing here? You're trying to stall, and I'm trying to coax you in instead of stopping you. We've disconnected even farther lore-wise, but gameplay wise, again, it's fine, and any disconnect is equivalent essentially. So, you know, it's fine. Didn't fix it though. Chain push the enemy ball carrier into range. Oh my god. Or even like you attack the enemy ball carrier, you just get a push, and then you have to dodge your guy away. If it's frenzy, you just don't follow up and you just leave him standing there in scoring range. Would a new player even stall? True. That's true. That is very true, Waltzman. I didn't think of that. But if the new player is new enough where they would get tricked by the old stalling, they won't do the new stalling. They won't get caught by it. Because you don't have to go for it. Like it has to be no dice rolls. So yeah, they might be fine. Yeah, it might actually be fine. Because if you are stalling, there is an implied understanding of, like, you need to know Blubble well enough to know that you need to stall. Yeah. So I think that's fine. That probably actually is fine. Nobody should get caught in that worst trap. Because that player just scores every time. Now, if there is a stalling, like it does say, this roll must be taken even if the player forgoes their action. Does this mean you can't say go without activating them? Or does this mean if you rolled skulls, it is still a check? So thematically, it should probably be skulls gets you rocked. Because why would the crowd care if the other guy tripped? Like, you could have scored and you didn't, so... Thematically, you should still get rocked, but strategically, I don't know if you should. But then again, strategically, you could just, like... You could have scored, but you just go stand at the end zone, and then you build a cage with 4 of your players, and then you just take players and start dodging them around so their turn ends. Oh, the last paragraph actually does cover it. If the team's turn ends before they can activate a player holding the ball who would score without having to roll a dice, then this will not count as stalling as the player hadn't had a chance to activate. Oh, that's the opposite of what I thought. Oh, you can't move him first. So in my scenario, I said move him up to the end zone and stall. But when you finish moving that player, you would get the stalling roll. But if he's already there, then you could not activate him and just run your dwarf in circles 6+6+6+6+. Make your dwarf hit the dirt, and then you don't have a stalling thing. So that is now we're at a bigger, we're at the same disconnect of denying kills in Dota. This is killing your own soldiers in Dota level of doesn't make sense. It's absolutely the right play. This is how dwarves stall. Dwarves and orcs both. You could hand off to an already activated player. No, because you could have scored. Your ball carrier could have scored. So as soon as you hand it off, your turn is ending. The rock might hit the quarterback instead of the guy holding it, but it will be a turnover, and you will get an armor roll on your quarterback. But that might be a safer way to stall. You can also just stall with the screen, and your opponent can't go get your ball. Don't do it against Skaven, but you can do it against groupie teams. You could get caught fouling, that would work too. I guess we also have to remember not to ruse lawyer too hard on this because it's J-Leave. Like writing down what he's read in the books, right? Like, not just J-Leave, there's a whole bunch of them. Is it just J-Leave? Should I give you credit, J-Leave? Did you do all of this? Maybe this might just be other people looking like me, I'm now realizing. Happy to give you credit if it was all... You're the sole contributor. Okay, this is all J-League's work. Thank you for doing it. I appreciate it. I had the thought of doing something like this when before I had gone live. like going through all the little screenshots and trying to compile them in a way that made sense. And you beat me to it. I appreciate you doing the work. And there could be some amount of assumptions about, we don't have a picture of the old book, so it might be in the new book. Like, you got to remember that multiple rerolls a turn was because they forgot to put in the book that you can only use one reroll a turn. There was nowhere in 2020 rulebook that said you can use 2 rerolls a turn. Like, this season, teamwork is even more important. Like, there was no fluff. There was no, it was just, they just forgot to put 1 reroll a turn. And I'm convinced they just rolled with it. I don't think it was intentional. So there could be other things like that ends up creeping up. Oh, smoothie. Thank you, Mrs. Page. Appreciated. It's healthy. It tastes better than brown. I think most of the time when you get a smoothie somewhere, there's either food coloring involved or not a whole lot of healthy things in it. Okay, so we're saying if you do a handoff or a pass, you're completely in the clear from stalling. But you did have to do a dice roll, so like gameplay wise, that's fine. Thematically, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but it makes more sense than just straight stalling. You take the ball. Like people make that mistake, especially if you're willing to look at like high school level instead of pro. What if you hand off to an unactivated player? You'd have to take some mitigation to make him. He'd have not be stalling. So yeah, if you hand off to a biggin who happened to be in range, you score or risk the 6+. Well, you have to do the handoff. You have to move the guy first and then give him the ball, and then you can do the handoff just fine. So it doesn't matter if you move the guy without the ball laterally 1 square. You just have to activate him. He would not be stalling, and then the ball carrier could give it to him. Yeah, not getting punished to hand off to a source is a really good caveat to the whole stalling rule. Declare handoff, Pomperuski the ball. Pick it back up, you're not stalling. Pomperuski's the solo stalling skill. You do have to declare the handoff or pass for the Pomperuski to work. Otherwise, you stalled because you could have scored and you didn't. So passing, handing off, handing off mitigates the whole stalling thing. But Fumblerooski doesn't mitigate it. Fumblerooski was you could have scored and you didn't. Forgo activation. Not subject to really stupid sense. The only exception is the stalling check. Forgoing your activation can reactivate you from a hypnotized type situation too. No, declaring the handoff Beowulf is what breaks you from the crowd checking if you're stalling or not. Because if you can score without rolling a dice, you are stalling. Unless you pass or handoff. So you declare a handoff and then you put the ball down with Bumblerooski. So declaring the handoff breaks you from getting checked, or frees you from the fact that you're a staller. Like your player is marked as a staller, but if you do a pass or a ball or a handoff, you lose your staller tag. Oh, forgo action wouldn't actually reactivate your confused status. You do still have to roll if you want to change state. But you can not activate the ogre at all to keep him in a good state. Makes sense. Hey, Super Ninja. Way late, a little bit. we're almost through them, I think. Injury table changes. Badly hurts +2. Seriously hurt -1. Seriously injured -1. That's good. So they've lightened the amount of missed next games and concussions. And more badly hurts. That's good for everybody. Kickoff events are changing. What if you don't activate the player? There was a line for that in the stalling section. If you don't activate a player who has the ball, they're still vulnerable to the stalling check when you end your overall turn. But so you're either checked for stalling when you end the ball carrier's activation or the overall turn. They'll both get you. Yeah, the injury table changes are nice. Clock management isn't really on brand for sports games, a kind sir. I disagree. It's clock management comes up in the final moments of sport games. Where in Blood Bowl it is just a core part of it. Blood Bowl, I think, I'm not a big soccer fan, or football as most of the viewers here would call it. But I think you only really see people running the clock down in football when you have a lead. So if you're up 2-0, I think it's probably pretty normal to just be derped about not trying to get the third one and running the clock down. But yeah, games like basketball, like you would never see a basketball team delay their first a basket. A hockey team would never delay their first goal. That's the big difference. Like in Blood Bowl, it's like a core part. Like you do not want to score on turn 2. Like in Blood Bowl, if you scored on turn 2, you screwed up. Like you didn't do the 2-1 grind. Where in hockey, if you score in on the 20th second, you did good. Power plays in hockey are a different thing. Yeah, burning a power play is a whole different thing. Football, the NFL football though, like nobody would ever. Your high school football coach would not be sad that you got a touchdown on the opening kickoff, right? Like, or the third play of the game, somebody broke free and ran upfield and scored immediately instead of like looking behind him to see if he could go slower and burn 30 seconds off the clock. Like, we were talking about it earlier. Somebody had the example. There was an Olympics, rugby sevens in the Olympics. There was like both teams were qualified through out of the group stage with a draw or whatever the score was. And one guy just stood in the end zone, because in rugby, you don't just stand in the end zone. You have to touch the ball to the ground. He just stood in the end zone and didn't take the try for 3 minutes, apparently. That is the only example that is like that. Okay, that's Blood Bowl. And that was even because it was late in a group stage and like they were, one team needed a win and one team needed a draw and or whatever. And they, it didn't matter to one team. Shepard, you put a link to the Rugby Sevens thing in the Discord? Nice. I won't watch that on stream because the Olympics are pretty litigious. But I'll check it out later. You've seen tons of plays where people didn't score on purpose? Yeah, but were they all like at the end of a half? Because in Blood Bowl, it's like right away. The whole friggin' thing is stalling. But they fixed it in the wrong way. I think that I came up with it talking to Mrs. Page this morning about it before we went live, and it was like, what if you just always got 3 turns? You kick the ball to your opponent, they get to try to score, and then you get at least 3 turns. So if they score on turn 8, you get to reset. You move the turn timer back to 6. You get at least 3 turns. Like, that would fix the stalling problem in my mind from the gameplay side, but more from the thematic side than the current solution they've come up with. They've just pushed the stalling back a few squares. Yeah, there's the difference. Yeah, J-Leaf said in real sport, you'll only see that if they can 100% run out the clock. Like, they'll take a knee in NFL football. Where they can 100% run out the clock. The game's just over. Like, people will start walking onto the field, like the support staff and stuff at that point. Like, that's how over that game is. But in Blood Bowl, you can 100% run out the clock, like, from turn 1. That's your plan. There's too much control in this game. If I was going to design a competitor to Blood Bowl, you'd have to... You'd want to model it more over, like, innings or ends. Like, where the length of your attempt doesn't affect the length of my attempt. And certainly not in, like, the inverse way, where the more time you take, the less time I get. The more time you take, the more time I should get, if anything. So you'd have to restructure it more with innings or something like that in mind. Or you'd have to, like, you could just put downs in Blood Bowl. I don't know how you would do it, because it's only 8 turns. But, like, NFL football has downs to stop you from stalling. Did it always have downs? Did the NFL always have 4 downs? Oh, AI thinks AI. No, it did not always have 4 downs. The rule was changed from 3 downs to 4 downs. Oh, okay, well. It always have downs. No. Did not always have the system of downs. The concept was a key innovation introduced to distinguish American game design from its rugby origins. Early football, rugby origins, blah, blah, blah. No fixed number of plays to gain yardage. Possession was continuous until the team scored or the ball changed hands naturally. Say why they changed it. Was it for stalling? It was introduced specifically to reduce sandbagging, stalling the game, and ensuring the ball moved up and down the field, making the game more dynamic. So there you go. Anyone who says there's clock management in NFL, they literally had it a lot worse 150 years ago, and they introduced downs to stop stalling. And yes, because you get 4 downs, you can stall 3 turns. So they didn't completely take it out of the game when they nerfed it. They just made it more dynamic enough and left a little bit in. There you go. So I would say you could bring downs to Blood Bowl, but just demanding forward progress. Like, every turn you have to move the ball forward a square. You couldn't really do downs because, like, I don't know how many plays there are in an NFL game, but it's a hell of a lot more than 16. So, like, the fraction of total plays in the game to number of downs you get, like, you wouldn't be able to match it. But it might have to be, maybe you could do forward progress in every 2 turns would be fine. Or you could just do, I don't know. You'd have to start from scratch if you were gonna try to fix it in your own game. So they took a shot at it. It shows they at least acknowledge stalling's an undesirable thing. I don't think their shot hit the mark. Google said there's an average of like 125 snaps. So 125 divided by 4. So 31. No, the other way. 4 divided by 125. 3%. Times 16. So if I did that right, I might not have. half a turn is the equivalent of 4 downs. So yeah, needing forward progress every turn ain't great. And it's twice as generous as actual NFL football on their downs. 7.8 snaps per turn. Yeah, that matches my math. So 2 down, two full, like 4 down structures every turn. But then we also have like what is it, 13 squares, 26 squares total, where they have 10 squares, like the 10-yard down thing. You have to move 10% of the field every 4 plays. I'm over it. This doesn't even matter what the equivalency is because it's a different game. Excuse me. Sorry about the slurp. All right, let's get through the rest of these changes here. Kickoff event. Cheering fans on a 6. Ooh, this is okay. Both coaches roll a d6 at the number of cheerleaders. The first block action performed during the coach with the highest rolls next turn receives an additional offensive assist. If both coaches roll the same amount, both will receive this benefit. Oh. So the cheering fans drive one of your players to hit better and actually get an extra strength for his first attack. Coaching, both teams get a reroll and a tie. Oh, right now neither get it, right? Change there. Charge. The coach of the kicking team selects up to D3 plus 3 open players on their team. The selected players may then be activated one at a time, exactly as if it was their team's turn, and perform a free move action. One of the selected players may instead perform a free blitz, and one can throw a teammate. And one can kick teammate. If a selected player falls over or is knocked down during the activation, no further selected players can be activated and the charge ends. So they reworded blitz. And you have to declare the blitzers before you've moved anybody. But just some minor bookkeeping changes. Dodgy snack. Both coaches roll a d6. The coach that rolled the lowest, or both coaches if it's a tie, randomly select one of their players on the pitch and rolls d6. On a 2+, the player's pre-drive snack was not got down well. For the duration of the drive, the player reduces the movement and armor by 1. On a 1, the player's pre-drive snack was violently disagreed with them, placed the player in the reserve box, and spent the rest of the drive locked in the laboratory. So this is argue with the ref or whatever, a vicious ref. Instead of getting stunned, You get -1 movement, -1 armor for the drive. Is that better or worse? That's different. And a 1 is still get out of here. Well, a 1 is your surfed. Where right now a 1 is your ejected. So the one got softened too. It seems like skills can be used during the charge. If that's everything the charge says, it's exactly as if it was the team's turn. So your rerolls work now. It was weird to me in Blood Bowl 3 transition. They stopped working. That seemed like rules lawyering too. So they fixed it. Yeah, earlier drives, it's a softer one. And it's harsher on a long drive. Yeah, there's still a bunch of turns left. I'd probably take the stun over the -1 move, -1 armor. But if it's a 2-turn drive, you're way happier with that than the stun. Yeah, it sounds like you can't hypnogaze and you probably can't weapon and stab on the charge. I assume if you can't hypno, you can't do any of the special actions. Bloodlust won't end your turn on a blitz. Ooh. Post game. Remove any dead players from your team draft list. Hire new players. Fire any players. But you have to stay at 11. At least. Hire and fire any sideline staff. Hire any journeyman that played for your team during the game. Temporary retiring. Should a player suffer a lasting injury result on the casualty table, their coach may decide to give them the rest of the season off in order to recover. In which case the player will be considered to be temporarily retiring. Make a note of this on your team draft list. Taking some time off may benefit the temporary player later on, should the coach decide to redraft their team for a future season. That's the same redraft mechanic we have now. And they do still occupy your team. If you keep one of your war dancers, you only get one war dancer for the rest of the season. Offensive mistakes unchanged. Redrafting. Rest and relaxation. Mystics games cleared as usual. Chronic injuries removed as usual. 4+ to lose the hatred trait. Other than innate ones. What? How do you get it? You can just get hatred? If somebody gives you a stat bust, you just hate their type of player? Wait. Whoa. Does anybody know of further leaks about hatred? You calm down after redraft. Different type players do not come back with it. Chronic injury if healed. Oh, okay. You go, instead of downgrading your strength bust, you just get fully better. It seems to be something that happens when you get cast. One of the articles. Oh, it's so sweet if you're like your random line elf could just get hatred for troll slayers. And hatred, if you weren't here earlier, is you get to reroll a skull. When you attack something you hate, you can reroll a skull. So particularly good on red die hit. The only one I'm aware of is the troll slayer hates trolls. Yeah, hatred's really good. You don't want it to calm down. It does. That's redraft. Still missing. Can you use multiple rerolls in the same turn? With Stand Firm, does that stop Strip Ball and Eye Gouge? Does Grab work through chain pushes? That'd be unthematic. How does Dauntless interact with hordes and multi-block? Dauntless and Hordes, I think that's resolved. I think that was really clear, but I might have been reading your writing, so that don't switch it on my account. But Dauntless and Hordes seem to work together now. And Dauntless would not work with multi-block anymore. What works with Bombardier? Do skills that say ball work? I think so. I think it said passing skills work as if you were passing the ball. I was hatred gained. It is in the list. For teammate action, yeah, could be different. MVP, we don't know. We didn't see anything about MVP. Oh, he's got all the images on his Discord. This doc is linked in the pinned comment on Twitch, pinned chat at the top of the Twitch chat. You heard MVP is pick 6, roll die? That'd be cool. But without an image leak, I would believe it's just somebody made it up. Because I think the fully random MVP I think is pretty good because it can. I'd be worried that the pick 6 MVP, like, it never hits Linos anymore. So your Linos just are never going to level. Which is fine, I guess, gameplay wise. You can't stress how confusing 2020 got when the errata said the bomb is not a ball. You can only use half of dive and catch. Oh god, pick 6 is so good for lizards if it is pick 6. Pick 11 I like because then adding extra Linos doesn't dilute your team. That took 4.5 hours. I don't know if I can form the whole thing in my mind while I'm sick here. I can barely play one game of Blood Bowl. It seems overall really good, though. I just like all the teams getting shaken up. I know some people are upset their favorite team got worse, which is certainly true. There are a lot of teams that are just worse now. It does seem like the teams generally are getting pushed more to be, like, have a niche. And then other teams are more like, why do we have nobility and Bretonians? So, like, Chaos are now not just strength spam. Chaos are, like, mutation spam. That's what a Chaos team is. I don't know if that's... Like, it's not necessarily a good team, but it's at least it's a niche. Orcs are now the strength everywhere team. I think they're the only strength everywhere team. That was actually access stats. Here we go. Team with X strength. The Chaos Dwarves get 9 and Orcs get 5 plus their Linos, so Orcs can have 10. I have 11. You probably want the runner. The runner and the goblins don't have it. That's the only reason they're not, like, all strength. Yeah, a bit sad about some of your nicely painted positionals. Yep. But I acknowledge that as a video game player, I have way more mobility with the team I play. Less sad about the less well-painted positionals. Where in tabletop players, definitely you would get more like, I am a X-team player. And I think a lot of Blood Bowl players end up with multiple teams, but still, it's like you have Dwarves and Chaos. Or, like, you know, you still, like, not many Blood Bowl players own them all, I would say. Sure, a lot of you do. Please let us know in chat if you're one of them. And there might actually be as many one-team people as there are all-team people. It's probably most common to have, like, 2 to 4 teams owned. Is probably the most common. There's an Italian player with almost 400 teams. Does he use a new team for every tournament he goes to? That's got to be somebody who's very into the painting part of it. You just finished painting 4-1-up positionals. The 4-1-up catchers right before. Oof. Rough. And buying the stuff too. It's like, it does waste a lot of your real life money. Black Orcs and Lizards get a lot of strength too. Core and Nurgle match them. 7. Ogres and Tomb King get 6. Yeah, I am looking forward to Khemri. I said that the last time we were here. Chaos Dwarves and Dwarves are at 5. Rough. Dwarves are down to 5 strength, and that's counting the Death Roller. They do get bribery and corruption, so like you get 50k bribe, so maybe Death Roller is part of the dwarf team now. Not just a fun addition. I think he's still really expensive though. They're going to get to start with almost full roster and 3 rerolls. Yeah. There was a lot of cost changing too. And yeah, the teams that lost positionals did get cheaper. And I like that there's more starting skills. I think that'll help bring NAF more in line with what I like. the leveled up version. Teams aren't that fun when they're baby. Like baby lizards holds me back from having played many lizards friends in the last year. I think we only played lizards when they came out. I don't know if we've gone back to lizards. And now the sources get Juggernaut to start. So it's like they have 1 in 9 mitigation out of the box. You got 25 teams, Shepard? Nice. Just ordered the new Grebo. What else? Yeah, dwarves have to take all the Troll Slayers now. Efficiency dwarves often left off Troll Slayers. The dwarves' new niche might be more like the sturdiest players with devious access, but I don't know if that's even going to be any good. They're block heavy, but they're block heavy and good armor. They still have that. They just don't have tackle spam. And guard spam, like they can't guard spam, but like guard being 30k instead of 20k, realistically 10k. In Blood Bowl 3, guard is 10k on dwarves. So, like that's a big nerf to a full guard team anyway. So when your Skaven run into full guard, it's not going to be the same as it used to be. Block guard, mighty blow all being 30k. And dodge being 30k doesn't even hurt Skaven, because like you never taught anything dodge that didn't start with it. You still get dodge on your gutter runners. You only get 2 of them though. You'd really like to watch me play the World Cup team a bit? I'm too beat. Oh, I'm too beat. I did a game and a half yesterday, and I was absolutely crushed. I don't want to feel absolutely crushed at the end of every stream. That's not how I recover from whatever's wrong with me. So I think 1 game a day is a good spot, but we're coming up on 5 hours of just chatting is equivalent of 1 game of Blood Bowl, I think. We'll play a game tomorrow. And my playoff game looks like it will be on Monday at 2 p.m. UTC, which is... We're coming up to 5 p.m. my time, and it's at 11, so... Take 6 hours off of the current time wherever you're at. That's when my playoff game will be on Monday. Playing simultaneously with the other part of the group, because we're all tied at 1. I can bring that up in here, actually. We are all tied at 1. By 1, I don't know why I said 1. It's the scorecard is a lot of 1s. Every single game in my group has been a 1-1 tie. All 4 games were 1-1 ties. So we are all tied at 1-1 draws. 2 1-1 draws each. What that means is if we played at different times, then you could rig it. So like if the other guys played and get a 0-0 draw, me and my opponent would just have to get a 1-1 draw and we both move on. So that would be really bad for, like, huge disadvantage for whoever goes first. If the guys who go first get a 3-3 tie, then me and my opponent both know, okay, well, there is no point in playing for a 1-1 draw. We both lose. So, like, if one of us gets a perfect 8-turn stall, the other guy just has to try to score in 2. And have somebody win that game. Otherwise, we both lose. Unless we can also get a 3-3 draw. So, to avoid that, we're all playing at the same time. 6 hours earlier than right now. On Monday. And what it does mean, too, is that if I win, I'm in. If I win, I move over to the group phase and I'm into the top 16 or whatever it is. Top 32? Maybe it's top 32. Yeah, I think it's top 32. But it's the single elimination phase afterwards. And if I lose, I'm definitely out. If we draw, it gets messy. If we draw, it gets messy. Hey, we got a raid. Hey, Rig. Good to see it. Thank you for choosing me as your raid target. We're just wrapping up here now. We've gone over all the spoilers. If any of you want to go over them yourself, Jayleaf's got a Word document. He's compiled all the leaks. It's linked in the Twitch chat. At the top of the Twitch chat, you can see them. Get the link. My group's in such a silly spot. I don't think we're the only group this way either. We might be. I saw somebody else say Group O was there, and I was like, I'm Group I, but no, I'm Group O. Maybe I am the only group like this. Yeah, if we get a tie, if the other team has a win, so they have a result, and I get a draw, I just play against that guy again with overtime. If everybody ties at the same score, we do we do a single elimination bracket. No, we don't do that because it doesn't matter who's first or second. So we would, both of us would just play another round. I don't know how it would pair us. All 4 of us would get paired somehow. It would be another game with overtime. But if there's a 1-1 draw and a 2-2 draw, both the 2-2 players move on. Because touchdowns is the tiebreaker. The only tiebreaker, I believe, is touchdowns scored and then touchdowns against, but in draws, it's the same. We are the only ties. We're the only same scores, too. Yeah, so a draw on Monday will likely be another game. A win is definitely in, a loss is definitely out. And a draw could be it could be decisive, or it could be a rematch based on the touchdown scored. So a 0-0 draw would be awful. We've shown a history of our teams like to 1-1 draw. Yeah. But the good news too is I'm playing against the OWA, which I think is the team I'm best suited to face. They don't have regeneration, the other two did. They're 3 strength, 3 agility. So my 4 strength Black Orcs just to get the base stuff and make them run away from us. They only have 4 guard, which is not enough guard to make me scared. Good amount of guard, but it's not enough guard. I've got a dirty player and I've got grab, so if I can win the coin toss, we probably get to manhandle a guard and foul it. Well, no, he'd go tree line on line, wouldn't he? Tree wrestle guy. Yeah. But then he'd have to have a guard. He'd have to have a guard on the back set. I'd be able to blitz a guard and foul it. Which is not as good as pulling a guard off the line of scrimmage, but still good. I might kick to this guy, actually. Should I kick to this guy? Like, being able to grab a human back and foul it isn't that great. Not that bad. Not that bad. It's just so good to kick. If I do kick, he's got block tree, lots of guard. So like he gets to punch my line of scrimmage. For sure. He does have 3 mighty blow. But like being the one who gets the 3 mighty blow turn 1 is pretty good. I think I would kick. I think I would kick if he didn't also have 3 mighty blow. But he does. Like the Necro didn't have any mighty blow. Kicking to the Necro was fine. Kicking to a team without enough guard to like comfortably punch me was fine. I think I've lost the coin toss in both games, so it doesn't matter. There's been some ladder games though where I think I've kicked. Some ladder games, arena games. All right, I'm gonna wrap it up. Go for a walk before the sun goes down. Try to take it easy and to recover. Nice long stream. Join me. It was fun checking out the spoilers. Keep sharing spoilers on the Discord or in chat with me on future streams. Want to see more stuff as it comes out. Exciting time for the tabletop folks. And, 4 to 6 month preview for us with online folks. Cheers, everyone. And yeah, thanks for compiling that all, J-Leaf. Appreciate it. Ooh, Jimmy's got his world game going. Wonder what mitigations he's using, if he's got a delay or what. Would only. Playing against Crystal Hunter. Should be a good game.